So that can go in.
So why you choose to wear a blue shirt like me, Virgin?
All right. So let me officially welcome you. It's not my team, you know. I could be in a more what would I say now? In a deeper blue like you.
Yeah?
I'm a gentleman.
You're,
Yeah,
you're a
gentleman.
Chelsea man, eh?
Yeah, man. Gentleman.
That's
Um,
Spurs man for life, man.
let me just yeah, let me just tell the guy them that live now. We fix the problem. All right, problem fix. All right. So I have a WhatsApp group that I'm put it in. Let me just put it here too. Um, um, okay, good live. No.
See, you're streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, we are live.
What's the YouTube link?
Um, if they go to Island Hopping Sport, they see they we are live on Island Hopping Sport.
Island hopping. Alright.
Island Hopping Sport. Yeah, man. Cause we're actually live now. If anybody join, we actually hear us talking. Yes. So mm,
Island hopping what? Sports?
sports. Yeah. All right. Um. All right. We are ready to go. 30th. Um. Let me say welcome to the people who have joined. I'll see R and R. Do I get the name right? You're hearing me loud and clear though?
Loud and clear, sir.
All right. So let me say welcome. This interview is being recorded too, so it will be on the channel. Why
Okay.
it's a long time. Years.
First of all, thanks much, sir. It's
Yeah,
been like
man.
what? Almost 15 years?
A long time, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
long,
a good
long
while.
time, Virgin.
Long,
Good to see
long
that
while.
you're in good nick.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Yes,
I,
man.
you know, look at the older Virgin.
Boy, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
So I lose most of my hair, you know, so
My one
I'm
gun
going
from
over the
way back. Way back. I blame I
Yeah,
blame I blame my daddy, you know.
yeah, so it go. So it
Yeah,
go.
yeah. But Mr.
Yeah.
Tate, as I said, this is being recorded, so who don't see it now will definitely see it later, right? So
Okay.
yeah, man, it is being recorded. So tell we just want the people to know you, because you know I want to myself too. Early years growing up, you know, playing football and so on. Did you play any football? We're gonna start it from there. And I thought you were a Fenton man, you know, but I found out you're a Kingstonian. I must say that too, you know.
Why would you say that I'm a Kingstonian? All
I
right.
know. I'm guessing because I somebody told me you're a Kingstonian. I thought
You're
you're
guessing. Okay.
a
No,
Fenton.
man, I am. Well, them guys from Kingston really refer to me as a country man, country boy.
Eh?
Yeah, and I accept that wholeheartedly
Yeah.
because I'm a rural area man. I was born in deep rural Saint Elizabeth,
Oh, Saint
a
Elizabeth.
place known as Glasgow,
Oh,
like about 3 miles from that little town named Magate.
Magati side. So you're from Magati Lacovia side there
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
How far is
So
it from the high school, Magati High School?
like 3 miles, as I was telling you, 3 miles
Oh,
going south.
yeah.
Yeah, so I was actually born there
Okay.
because my mother, during the time when I was, about to enter the earth, used to do a lot of traveling,
Mm-hmm.
commuting back and forth from St. Elizabeth to St. Anne, St. Mary.
Right.
So that one on one of her trips, I was actually born, unexpectedly. But so it goes. So my father, my roots are actually in St. Anne, where my father is concerned. Father is
Okay.
a St. Anne man, straight out of St. Anne's Bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The family used to operate a bakery on uh Jail Lane, the corner of Jail Lane and Musgrave Street,
Oh, don't a ghetto.
in the heart of the ghetto.
Yeah, man. Say don't a
But,
ghetto, man. People
yeah,
will
but during
understand.
during them days it was one of them what you call it now, very affluent neighborhood.
Yeah.
Things went awry when they had a tsunami. I'm not sure if you knew that
No.
St. Anne's Bay had actually witnessed a tsunami
No,
way back
I
in the
didn't
early
know that.
1900s.
Oh.
And that is why you see that main road was built on a dike, if you notice that.
Yeah, the highway.
Right.
Okay.
So the water actually came over and covered all of those houses you had in ghetto, that area that you refer to as ghetto.
Ghetto. Yeah, man.
Yeah, so the water covered all of that place. His place was an upstairs building.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually carried and shown where the water went almost to the touching the second floor.
Okay.
Yeah, so after then most of the people moved out and they went further up to like on the upper level to in St. Anne's Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Places like Limewall, even back up into to Bamboo.
Yeah.
Yeah, St. Anne's, Priory, you know, um, Priory, going from Priory back to Lewis, all of those places, people had actually migrated from the town to
Mm-hmm.
areas, further up on in the landscape. So, basically, yeah, I was born in St. Elizabeth. I grew up for a while in Tower Isle, St. Mary, between Retreat and Tower Isle, St. Mary.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I went to a school very few people know back in the days, and even now they may hear about Iona High School.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I know
it
I know that.
started out a prep school back in the day. So I
Yeah.
was at Iona Prep, and from Iona Prep, I actually migrated to Kingston in 1975.
Oh, so you leave from St. Mary to Kingston.
Yeah, So from Towel
Oh.
to Kingston in 75.
So you're the other youth, you didn't spend any time in St. Ann?
No, just a passing through because my father had relocated from St. Bay to Saint Mary.
Okay.
So it's
Oh.
between Content Retreat. I don't know if you know them places.
Yes, man. Me know about them places,
Yeah,
man.
and from there to Tower Isle, a place named Jamaica Beach.
Yes, but you know when you came to St. Ann down, and we're gonna touch it. It's the early years because I want to know if you play any ball, you know. Cause you say you play like in ball, so I want to. But when you came to St. Ann, I thought that boy you're new to St. Ann, you know nothing about St. Ann.
No, man.
I didn't know that you have roots there. I
As a
didn't know.
matter of fact, I spent about a week in St. Ann's Hospital as a
I
little
did,
boy.
yeah, I didn't know at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, mother told me that I was very ill. She actually
Oh,
had to sleep there with me for the week, you
yeah.
know. But and I used to commute to and fro. I remember as a youngster too, I was in school and I was pushed over a precipice
Mm,
and got some head injuries. Yeah, man, and I had to be back and forth to Dr. Wilson's surgery in St.
mm-hmm.
Ann's Bay. So I happen
Oh.
to have known the place pretty well as a
Great
young,
Dr.
you
Great
know.
Dr. Wilson. Yeah,
Yeah,
man, can
man.
you call those names there?
Woodrow Wilson, man. Bud
Yeah, man.
Wilson.
Yeah, man. Doctor, a person will tell a boy, say, boy, hey, but your mother usually say, boy, if me lick you, you know, Dr. Wilson can't find a fair line for you. So me know
You
the name
understand?
Dr. Wilson. Yeah.
Very renowned surgeon, man,
Yeah,
and doctor,
man.
you know.
Well, doctor.
Everybody love that man. You
Yeah.
know, but
Yeah. So
so it
did you
was.
play Manning Cup in Kingston and
Yeah,
football?
man. So when I went to Kingston now, I left Iona, I went to a school up in Ligani, New Providence Primary.
Yeah.
And at the time I was mainly involved in cricket because as a country boy, I used to play a whole lot of cricket. Never knew much
Cricket.
about football.
And cricket was the yeah,
Yeah,
cricket
so
was the
cricket
thing.
was it. So, I
Yeah.
remember as a scout, I used to go to Sabina Park
Mm-hmm.
and watch a whole lot of Kerry Packer series,
Yeah.
West Indies and Australia. So I have
Yeah.
to meet some very renowned people, Jeff Thompson. You know them guys, you're a little
No,
boy, you
no.
know them
You
people.
got no idea at all here. Yeah.
Yeah, man, the fastest bowler I ever had in the world at the time. Jeff
Yeah.
Thompson, Dennis Lilly, you know, you had Michael Holden,
Mm-hmm.
Joel Garner, them guys, you know. So cricket was my mainstay as a little boy growing up and even getting into Kingston.
Yeah.
So I was actually introduced to football at Santos.
Oh, you're around Santos?
Yeah, man, I lived in a place, Vineyard Town,
Oh, the great
right
Santos.
beside one of the greatest football players we have ever had, Alan
Yeah.
Skillcole.
Oh,
Yeah, so Alan lived at number 14 Dinner Drive. I lived at 16, which
okay.
was right on the McGregor Gully Bank right there. So,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so his son and myself, Ali Cole,
Mm-hmm.
Junior. Yeah, we became very good friends. He was a little bit younger than I was, but
Yeah.
we actually developed a very good friendship. So we used to travel from there, walk from there to Dynamic Oval, where Santos used to be. We had a very good nursery, Saturday
Mm-hmm.
morning football nursery there, where we actually, developed the skills of playing,
Yeah.
learning to pass, control, dribble, and all of that. And then now I got into football, loving football so much that I even forget how to play cricket. you know.
What
So
are the
anyway,
cricket?
I grew up at Santos. I left Santos and went to Ligani United while I was a student at I'm not even too sure now. 'Cause I'd left New Providence and went to Calabar.
Mm-hmm.
That time we have a thing named common entrance.
Yeah, man. Come on in, chance.
Yes, so that's equivalent to GSAT now.
Yeah, 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 man. Yeah.
So I went to Calabar after then, and I spent a year and little at Calabar. and then had to return home
Oh,
to rural Jamaica, you know.
okay.
For a short stint, things kind of got tough, you know.
Yeah,
After the death of my father died the same year I actually did exams.
exam. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
so things kind of got tough. And being the sole breadwinner at the time, you know, I
Mhm.
had to return home
Yeah.
to kind of get myself back in shape. You know, I
Mhm.
thought more or less that maybe I would have stopped going to school at the time.
Yeah.
My mother wouldn't have none of it. So, you know, she actually made a way for me and I returned. So when I returned to Calabar, now, they told me that I didn't have a space there because I had left for so long. I left there, I think it was during Easter, that
Your
Easter
face,
break.
your
So when
face
I
gone.
returned September, they said, boy, they couldn't take me back. So my sister now was a very good friend of the chairman at St. Andrew Tech, Mr. Owen Roberts.
Oh, that's that.
Yeah, man, that's that. So she
That.
spoke with him and she said, yeah, man, you know, he could get me into St. Andrew Tech, but I
Yeah.
had to do a little entry exam.
Mhm.
So I did the exam and, you know, I ended up at Stats. So at Stats now, I got involved in playing cricket again. I represented the school at Coles Cricket, Coles Football, um, then Sunlight Cup Cricket, won a title, a Tapping Cup title. I think this was 1984.
Yeah.
Played Manning Cup for a season, but was hampered somewhat because of a knee injury I developed in a car accident. You
Okay.
know, in my earlier days being into Kingston, I was hit by a motor car at right at the corner there at Mountain View and Wallop Road.
Oh.
Yeah, I was living where FLA, where FLA is presently, that
Right.
upstairs
Yeah.
building on
Yeah.
Seaview Avenue.
Right.
Yeah, we were living there at the time. So I had gone over to the gas station and was heading back home and got hit by a motor vehicle. I was a taximan at the time, very
Okay.
careless. So I had to live with that knee problem for a while. So it kind of hampered my progress as it relates to, excelling from Manning Cup and eventually going into Major League Football. So I represented Ligani United at President's Cup.
Mhm.
Yeah, we won a President's Cup in 1982, I think. Right, and 83, I was just making a transition to the senior team, the Major League team, when they got banned.
Okay.
Yeah, there was an incident with Ligani and this club Duane Park.
Do any park? Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
it was a rivalry between Ligani and Duane Park
What
at the
one?
time.
What white team? Do fight? Do fight?
Yeah, man, a big war, man. Big war at the time. And this was a regular thing occurrence in Major League in Kingston during the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had a very good goalkeeper, Barrett. I don't know. You would know them guys at all. Action.
No, man. No, 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 no.
Action
Yeah.
Action was actually a former member of the national team at the time.
Mhm.
National goalkeeper. One of the best we've ever seen also. Most people wouldn't even remember him, but I can remember him as a little boy being around Ligani. You know. We had quality players like the Pearl. You have to go do some history now, Leonard.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tell me, yeah. Tell me, go do
Yeah,
some
man.
research, something, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Latimore. I don't know if you ever heard of the Latimore brothers.
No, one
You heard
area they
about
will have to
Latimore
go look
brothers?
up. Yeah, we have to
Yeah,
go look
man.
up.
Danny Latimore and company. So Pearl was top class.
Mhm.
Basically, most people thought more or less that he was in the same caliber as a Alan Skill Cole or even a Pele,
Yeah.
you know. And I got to love Ligani based upon the fact that I actually watched him in the National Stadium playing against Harborview in 1977 in a Major League final. which is the first time I've ever seen the stadium ram. I mean, full to capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it was for me a pleasure seeing a good game of football within two teams. You had people like Moses, right? You have Hall, Paul Hall. You'd know them guys. Them guys, Paul Hall and myself actually left Santos and went to Ligane during the same time. But he was an elder for me though.
Yeah.
A very skillful midfield player. He died at a very tender age though. Police had killed him. But Ligani was actually the place where I actually played most of my football outside of school.
Ligani.
It was
Right.
like home to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I did some track and field too.
you do
'Cause,
track and field, so you're a sportsman, man.
yeah, what you
You
talk so
play
Lenny,
cricket. You play cricket.
Lenny.
You play football. You play and you do track and field.
Yeah, man. After a while, it was like survival for me, even at stats,
It's sports.
Yeah, man. Because guess what, stats had a very good sports program.
Yeah.
And I will always sing the praises of this principal, Isaac Henry.
Yeah.
Best principal I've ever seen from I was born until now.
They have a track meeting name in honor of him right now. Start,
Right.
right?
Which should be next month in
I know
February.
I know the
Right.
name. That's how I know the
So
name.
yeah, man. So I used to have some serious challenges, financial challenges, while being at Stats. After my father died, as I told you, it wasn't an easy time. So most of the times, in order for me to have a hot meal, I have to be on a track team or the football team or the cricket team or basketball team. So I actually made sure that I have some food before I get home, because I'm not sure what's going to happen when I reach home.
Yeah, reach home, no.
You understand, right? So that was like a haven for me. I remember I used to get free lunch too.
Yeah, man, the sports bring free lunch.
Yes, man. And the lunch thing, Lenny. Lunch thing was for people who never couldn't afford to buy lunch at the canteen.
Yeah.
So my sister had gone to Zach now and Zach said, "Look, man, this man have some serious challenges, so I can't afford for PM where come school and feed him and so." Zach said, "No problem, man. We have a program here where students can get a free lunch. So let me enroll him in the program." So I was a guy, who was very prideful, So me have a whole lot of pride. I wouldn't want nobody know, so boy, I go around and go eat free lunch,
Yeah.
So I used to have to wait till the last person turn up, and everybody else eat them lunch and gone, and I'm the last one to go around there and let it.
Because you know what, no, I chew, man.
Nobody see me as one of them poor youth in a school, you understand?
But I choose, you know what, nobody, man.
So when I used to go around and know, bridging, a pure pot butter me used to get to know, man. And the rice kind of, yeah. So yeah, man, and this lady, man, Miss Jean, boy, I never forget her.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hall, she realized what was happening, man, and I was a nice chap as a little boy growing up. She realized what was happening, so she used to make sure she shear out my food in a bridge
and put it down
and put it inside of the oven.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
so because you know something have to come in.
Yeah, man. Yeah, some good people, man. Yeah, good people.
Man, so when I got round, man, I have a nice lunch and thing, and
Yeah,
that was it. So that was a getaway for me. So sports is always my life,
Yes. And that's what. So you make your contribution at Stats then. You make a contribution where
man, I was involved in cadets. I did everything, man. The only sport I never played at Stats, Lenny, was rugby. I couldn't deal with the man who jump and a drop chart man and drop on top of man. No, I couldn't deal with that.
We will come back to that, you know. I believe at the last question I'm going to ask you. Because I
Yeah,
tell you, I'm going to ask you about how you feel as a past student. But I'm going to ask you about the Manning Cup the other day. The Walker Cup final.
yeah,
You know what happened in the Walker Cup final, right?
yeah, man. That was a joke,
No,
man.
no answer, no answer, no answer. We're going to ask you. All right. So we come back round now. As I said, I didn't know that you have link, you have roots in Fenton. I just hear about a new coach or in Upper Marcus Garvey Technical. You are the first coach at Marcus Garvey Technical.
Yeah, man. The first coach that
You
ever
are the
coached the
first
team
coach to bring out Marcus
in
Garvey
DaCosta Cup.
to the Costa Cup. Yeah, man. We
Yeah,
just hear
man.
about Mr. Tate. And I Mr. Tate. That time they me know when Marcus came out, I was still in primary school, you know. But
Okay, okay.
yeah, but I can't forget the year. Or either
This
I
was
was in.
1989.
All right, so I was in year 6 now, cause I went to high school the other year.
Yeah.
But I'm at Jackson, you know, cause you know. Tell me about the
Mm.
Marcus Garvey journey now. Tell me about it. I'm not gonna ask you about so much, you know. Me not coming so much in my head. Well, I talk about one on the podcast the other day, but tell me about the Marcus Garvey journey.
All right, to be honest, Lenny, Marcus was my best experience
Mm.
as a coach. And
Mm-hmm.
even to today, many of those guys are still my very good friends.
Yeah.
Those guys, because we actually grew up as brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some people say, boy, father and son. No, those guys back in the days were like my little brothers.
Yeah.
Right? I never had a little brother growing up. 'Cause I was the last boy in my family.
Okay.
So um when I got to Marcus Garvey, Lenny, that was another thing because I did engineering
Yeah.
and it's just by the way I went home and I was reading through the Sunday paper because we always have the Sunday paper at home
Mm-hmm.
back in the days. And I was
Yeah.
going through that, just being there. I saw a job for a electronics and electrical installation teacher.
Mm-hmm.
That's about being back here, even though I'm remaining in rural Jamaica, because I just leave school and start thinking about working now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And thinking about a very lucrative offer somewhere in Kingston. And I said, boy, I go and check out this job. So I went down there. Mr. Allen was the principal at the time. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes, man. I know Mr.
Yeah,
Allen,
man.
man. I won't call you other name.
Yeah. The big one, right?
Yes, man.
All right. So see him there, I went down there. And the man saw me, we spoke. Man said, Mr. Tate, you ready? We want the person right there. I said, yeah, man, I'm ready to work, man, right away. And Lenny, the
Yeah.
same day, just as we finished the interview, I came out of the office and heard a big uproar outside. And when I went outside, it's a stabbing took place though.
We go to tell
Yeah,
you.
man. Students stab up an next one, virgin. Blood all over the place. And
Yeah.
I was the person who have to grab the man.
You're just a commander.
Just to come
Does the
on.
interview.
Yeah, grab
Yeah.
the man who did the stabbing. Take with the knife from him. And then bolt, jump the fence. And there's somebody you're supposed to know quite well too.
Mm.
I spoke with him just the other day. Yeah, man, stab up the guy, man. I had to carry the guy, from there. Two other students and myself up to the
Yeah.
hospital, and Doctor
I
Wilson
don't know.
again took him in and fixed him up and so. So when I went back down to school, Mr. Allen looked at me and said, Mr. Tate, are you sure you still need this job? So I said, yes, man, that no.
Let me tell you, Marcus Garvey technical a higher than the brother.
Yes, man. People them say it was the worst school for earth, man.
I don't know if it's because it's near to the hospital. I don't know why.
Yes, man. So anyway, when I got there, Lenny, I can tell you no that it was like destiny for me to end up there.
Yeah.
Because I changed a whole lot of lives.
Yes, man, definitely.
Male, female students, and the guys just got to love me. And with
Mm-hmm.
that love, it was reciprocated.
Yeah.
And trust me, I never even saw myself actually leaving that place
Mm-hmm.
based upon, how I felt just being there.
Yeah.
And I got hooked. This was in '88. And a couple months after, I saw some guys playing some football, Lenny. And when I saw them, I said, but them boy, I can play ball.
Yes, man.
Where them
Yeah.
talent I come from?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
And,
man.
when I inquire, I said, then, who coach them youth here?
Yeah.
That was the other man named Mr. White. I can't remember what White he was, but he was the sports master at the time.
Oh,
And I
yeah. I
go to him
don't.
and I say, Sir White, what is happening for them guys? Nothing, them just the year of play ball, them no play no competition, nothing organize. Them say, boy, them youth are waste of time, man. I say, really? Them say, yeah, man, them I just pure trouble in my boy I give another school. Them not have nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, in the days when I used to leave work, I never leave go home right away. I sit down and watch the youth and play football. And I said to myself, say, say, I go and build them youth into a top class schoolboy team. And same time, I had a reason with this virgin named Lloyd Price. I don't know if you remember him.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Mr. Price.
Mr.
Yeah, man.
Price.
Agriculture, man. Yeah, man.
Yes, man.
Yeah.
And Mr. Price said to me, say, boy, Mr. T, them youth need help, man. And anyhow them get the help, trust me, things can happen. So make it 2 hours just fix up the team and organize them, build a little team and see if we can play like a corner league and thing. Because right now them not a schoolboy league, but seeing at the school a plan for, transition to an upgraded school, we can do a thing. And
Yeah.
I buy into the idea, Lenny. I say, yeah man, could do a thing. And I find all of my evenings them. I just me and the youth them. And
Mm.
at the time I was still playing football, even with my knee problem. I still, yeah. And we played together and I realized, no man, a serious thing, man. I go and get involved in this coaching thing. So I was just 21 years old at the time, Lenny.
Yeah, man, because you came to St. Anne very, very young. Yeah, man,
Little,
remember,
little,
remember that young youth.
little boy. Right.
Yeah, man.
So anyway, I found myself getting so involved with them guys.
Yeah,
Some very poor, very humble
man. True, man. Yeah, man.
beginnings,
Yeah.
And when I started out coaching these guys, I made it a point of my duty to know where every one of them live.
Mm.
And when the parents come around and them say, boy, coach, where you are doing them a place here? At the first in my life, me was say a teacher and a coach or anybody. I go around and look for picnic and them parents. Well, I said, but if I need to be a part of them guys' life, I have to know where them come from. I have to
Yeah.
understand what them go through, what them coming through, leaving here, come to school, and what them going to come back to. Right? Because I remember as a youth growing up, remember me telling you, Lenny, life wasn't so pretty with me.
Right,
I
yeah.
know that some of these guys would have
You
been
know the
going through maybe even worse than what I was going through at the time.
the experience. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
man. So, I got so attached to these guys. Where I remember when I used to get my little salary, as I
Mm.
get it done. Because the youth them come, but coach, you know get paid. It's like a them me work for,
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I used to have to buy a uniform for them, feed them, do all kind of things because it
Yeah.
was rough. So 1989 now, the school entered the DaCosta Cup.
Yes.
But
Yes.
before the DaCosta Cup, Lenny, and most people wouldn't know this, man. You see, when you find some schools now, so boy, them trying out Division 2 and playing them schoolboy team in Division 1 and so.
Mm.
I was the first coach in Jamaica
Mm-hmm.
who ever entered a schoolboy team in a parish league competition.
Oh, so you actually enter them into the parish league before they went
Yes,
to the cup?
yes, man, because the
I
guys
didn't know
had the
that.
quality. Yeah,
Oh,
even though they were young boys. Because we're talking about boys who were like 14, 15 years old,
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah,
Good.
man.
We had a few 17 and 18 years old in the squad at the time because I wanted to start from a youth level.
Mm-hmm.
And Lenny, we beat up everybody in the parish league.
Yeah.
Everybody, all the big man and people used to find it. So yeah, and the fact of the matter is that we were playing good quality football.
Yes, man.
When
Yeah,
people
man. Remember
turn
the
up
first
and see a
team.
Marcus team a play,
Remember the first
them
team,
say
the
a
man.
brand of
Marcus first
football. I want
team.
to Brazil, them
Yeah.
say them things.
Remember the first team, the body. Remember the first
Aye, right?
team.
Yeah, man. And I remember this referee Virgin, told us. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, man. Remember told us, man. Told us.
Told us a foreign court man doing it. And I your alma mater.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know he went to
Yeah,
Franco.
turn up on my training one day when him say my routine. Man look for me and say, but coach, when you do them things, I know a man come watch you training. Them can beat up your side, Yeah, you basically give away your hand when you do them things, coach.
Yeah.
And Lenny, at that time, I never really went to many coaching seminars.
Mm-hmm.
So me don't really learn nothing about coaching. It's just what I used to learn from Winston Chongfa and CM Spanner Dennis we have right now at Santos.
And Santos,
And
yeah,
what
man.
I would have seen, at Ligane. I had a very good coach at Stats, Mike Garden, was a man from Spurs, Tottenham Hotspurs. Because that is why I became even a Spurs man. Outside
Oh,
of the fact that Spurs was the first English club who actually used some black men in
okay.
the team. God Crooks and them man there. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And plus they had some very good Argentine players. Jose Ardiles, Daniel Passarella, all of them big time football. So I always a Spurs man. So
Yeah.
I used to go on my bed, Lenny, and dream some things.
Mm-hmm.
Get up out of my bed and write them down. And on my training session that everything just used to come to me. I
Yeah.
was sleep. So all the assimilation, when you see man now I do assimilation in terms of training. I've been the first coach ever do them things in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went to Brazil 1995 and see them actually doing it in Brazil, I said, but it's so strange. These are things I was doing back home from when
Mm-hmm.
and nobody thought of using them as training methods in a training. So when Todos tell me, say, boy, him can come and him can map out all of my moves them on the field. He wouldn't understand, say, him just come say one day a repetitive training for just one type of play.
Yeah.
So in order for you counteract what I have for coach my youth, then you have to come like for the entire 8 weeks or 24 weeks in terms of background training and preseason training. If you know exactly how my team can play, because we not play one way.
Right.
We have several moves, but what I did was to repeat certain moves until the guys them get it and we say, all right, you get this one, we're gonna move to the next one.
The next one.
So
Right.
so when you're in a particular situation, it's not all the time you're going to find yourself in that situation where you can make that decision. So
Mhm.
you give them another option. through that option now until them get it. And then when
Yeah.
you put them on the field now, people don't understand what used to happen, man. And
Mm.
I think we were very successful based upon the fact that we were one of the teams without any form of support whatsoever. I
Yeah.
actually supported the team out of my pocket. And a brother of mine from New York used to help me. So all them pretty gears and things where the youth them used to play. Football, boots and so. It was between my brother and myself. All of that
Mm-hmm.
sponsorship came from. Yeah. So, we never had much support even from the business community until about 1991 after we went through a 1 year ban, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a ban that people figured more or less would have set us back based upon how we're going. Because we're destined to win one DaCosta Cup 1990,
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Which
Anyhow, we never
band
get
that?
that ban. Anyhow, we never
Tell me
get that ban,
which
Lenny.
one are the band that? Which one are the band? What caused that band?
We had we were in the semifinals of the Ben Francis Cup at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We played against this team from Clarendon. The track team on the girls track team. What them name again?
Adrenaline.
Edwin Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that time one of my brethren, Tutu Reynolds, was one of the coaches at Edwin Allen at the time. So we
Oh.
went down and played a semi-final. So the winner from that semi-final would have gone on to play in the finals of the Ben Francis.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was evident that we were being robbed on the
Mm-hmm.
field of play. Right? I had a very prominent referee at the time, Lewis. He was chairman of the referees group at the time. And he saw it. He was a fourth official. Right? And trust me, man, we got robbed left, right, and center.
Mm-hmm.
And scored 2 goals. Both of them were deemed offside. And they now come and score 3 blatant offside goals on us, and they were allowed.
Mm-hmm.
And the spectators got very irritated. So
Oh.
there was some little friction. They actually verbally abused the referees, right? Because of what was happening. That's something that we never really tolerated. But based upon what was happening, it took place. And Pisa called us to a meeting. I wasn't even able to be there to represent the guys or to give my side of what took place. And they banned us for a year. And one of our players, the referee reported that he was he was physically abused by the referee by the young man, which was not true, Lenny.
Mm-hmm.
Can tell you that was a big fat lie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't know if you remember squash,
Yeah, man.
Jeremy and Green.
German Green from Civilite. Yes, man.
Absolutely. So Jeremy at the time was like 12 years old. Jeremy was the youngest player that ever
Mm.
played the Costa Cup. Started in the team for us at 11
Oh.
years old.
Yeah.
His first year at the Costa Cup, Lenny, he scored 10 goals.
I saw long squash player, man.
Okay. And Squash got a 2 year ban,
Wow.
right? And Squash, after his 2 year ban, Squash was able to come back and represent the school in
Yeah. Squash got a 2 year ban at the
Costa
time.
Cup after the ban, after the 2 year ban. Yeah.
I didn't know
Another
this.
wicked thing happened to us. Yeah. After Squash came back and we had another team now in 1993 where everybody in Jamaica. I remember we even went and played a game against Georges in Kingston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And at the end of the game, as a matter of fact, when Burtis realized, boy, we were all over them, I was going to obliterate them. Him call off the match. Yeah, man. Call off the
Mm-hmm.
game. So when we started our money, we never lost a game in that competition. You know. We
Yeah.
were unbeaten. I remember when we went to the semifinals. We had teams like Monroe. Monroe at the time had about 7 national under 17 players. You had Homewood. At the time you have this guy Swaby, who was everybody says the biggest thing in a football in Jamaica.
Mm.
Right? Swaby was another national under 17 player. I think Homewood at the time had about 4 national under 17 players. Right? It was coach Barry Watson, a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, man.
Even to today. Right. So everybody touting Homewood and Monroe as the top teams to come out of that zone. And when I realized, I said, yeah, man, very good. So at least we're not under no pressure at all.
Mm-hmm.
All of them feel some boy because we have beat up teams 14-0 and 17-0 and 16-0. We never play against nobody in St. Ann.
Yeah.
Right? Because, as far as they are concerned, no ball on their center.
No ball on that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's when the first game we played was against Homewood at Brooks Park. And Lenny, the game should have finished about 18 or 20-0.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we ended up winning 4-0.
You can't remember the year, cause see
1993, man.
Marcus Green was staying in Manchester at a big side that year. Yeah. But you were
Not
in that
Manchester
game.
High, it was Homewood Tech.
Wormwood.
But Homewood
Oh,
was in Manchester.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Barry Watson was a coach. Yeah, man, I would play them in the backyard, right at Brooks Park.
Down at Brooks Park. Yeah,
Down at
man.
Brooks Park. Squash scored two out of the 4 goals. Right? And Squash was on fire because the man come back with a vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
So boy, it's rule him out of 2 years of football out in life. Right? This is a man who was an invitee to the national team,
Yeah.
Yeah, Liebert Alleman actually wanted him to come to Katie at the time. I said, no, I'm not send him going away.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I have to sit to his development. Yeah? So anyway, when we kill Wormwood, all with that in a virgin, the people in feel say it was a fluke,
Choke.
Lucky Marcus Garvey beat Wormwood and Ray boom boom. So the next game now was against Monroe.
Yeah.
And we drove to Monroe. This game was played at GC Foster.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Winston Dirks Campbell. I don't know if you remember the referee. Well, you would know
Yeah,
them
man. No,
referee.
yeah,
Dirks.
man.
Dirks
Yeah,
was the
man.
man who did the game.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, we give them 3-0.
Mm.
Yeah, man. I'm going to tell you, Squash score a goal from half line. When Squash kicked the ball, the keeper fly. And the ball beat him, lick the post. Ricochet over the post and hit him in his back. And went inside of the goal.
Yeah.
Keeper couldn't recover. This is from half line in the Virgin.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it from that? One-way traffic. We give them 3-0. And this is when the whole Jamaica now wake up and say, boy, this team, yeah, is Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we turn up at Jacksal now. This is our home ground now. Our time to seal our semi-final.
Right. I hope I know your match you talk about, but go on still. Me want me for this your match,
yeah, man.
Which
I
match
would
this
turn
about?
up, play a team from Mobile where everybody talk about this carnival college.
Gee, that the match there.
Yeah, man.
We did the match there, but I spoke about the match there. I spoke about the match there.
I'm a say, Lenny,
yeah,
man, them come with well
yeah,
prepared just for just Because them know them couldn't beat you. You think them never know? Dean would
Yo,
have know, so there's no way.
the day they start there, no,
On
brother.
earth,
I
Cornwall could
never
have
see
beat
that they
you.
start there, no.
Yeah,
I was
man.
here, man, as a little youth, brother.
And you remember, so them get some ball in them skin.
Yeah, man. Remember?
All when the ref get my left back, red card, with
Match,
10 men, would have
yo,
killed them same way.
the match there, I mean, no. Yeah.
Lenny, trust me, I'll know me talk to you and goosebump,
No, man, remember, man, Marcus was on the verge, because as you said, you beat everything, everybody say yes, hey, Jackson,
Listen, Lenny, we couldn't lose the DaCosta Cup. We'd have win a Liver Shield too. Because Georges was a big team at the time. And we don't know it. At them we are prepared, because the youth them every day with them in training. Them are do 10 and 15 and 20 press up after training for Georges. Because that's what we are in for.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
Forget to watch the
And I will never forget that virgin where, Cornwall, man, them refuse from continuing to play. 10 players we have, Lenny.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
10 players, the man, them have for them 11 players,
Yeah, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
And
Then,
the man, them afraid when the referee
Yeah,
say,
man.
look, they could start the game. Dean will say him not play because him at a disadvantage. Because strength sponge a man in him face.
Yes, man. I spoke about it, man.
After the youth bust up squash face.
Yeah, because squash
And
a
realize
fiery,
that
man.
there's
And
no
strength
way
a
him can stop
fiery, man.
squash. Yeah, man, squash should have killed him the day, man.
Yeah, man.
So realize that there's no way him can stop squash. Some punch squash and bust up squash face.
Yeah, man. Remember
Right?
the match, man. Remember
Good. And the referee, brethren. And it's a man who had a vendetta against Marcus. And him tell me that personally, a virgin named Exdal Powell. I'll never forget him. Right? People like these are the ones that, make football remain the place where it is right now in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And give my player a red card after my player get boxed in him face. Yeah? Man in front time in a box. My player in him face. And my player return the favor. And my player alone get red card. And the man continue playing. Them have 11 players. Me have 10. And when we resume for halftime, Cornwall said them can't play.
Never forget that.
When the situation reach Issa now, go at Issa boardroom. Mr. Brian, I don't know if you remember this GSC principal.
No, me not know.
At the time, yeah. Sir Brian was actually my first principal at Calabar when I was at Calabar. And he had left and gone to GSC at the time. And they made a decision now to replay the game without spectators at GSC. Because they realized that we couldn't be held accountable. Because we did, that time I just became president of the St. Anne Football Association.
Okay.
And I know what a crowd at Jacksal would have been capable of doing. So I had put everything in place to make the place secured and safe. Put up fencing. That was when we put up that fence.
Yeah, man, the fencing was there, for real.
Yeah. And chain link go right around the place.
Yeah.
And the man them say, boy, no. Them go and replay the game. And we know Lenny, say anyhow that the game that they replay now. Them would have Cornwall, them would be so embarrassed. And them know that too. And Cornwall people, them have them people in a high places.
High places linked.
Good.
Yeah,
man, them go around and I don't know how they got Issa to rescind the decision and award them the points for the game.
So the first decision in the boardroom was to replay the game at JC.
At JC, yeah.
Because the game they never replay now, and then it changed around.
Yeah. Then the man them say, boy, they don't have no time. So them go and give Cornwall the points because it was our home game and our spectators who mash up the game, which was a lie. Spectators never mash up the game.
Boy, I mean, I tell you, hear them, man.
Right? And we suffered. And if you check the history of DaCosta Cup, Lenny, Cornwall has never beat Marcus Garvey. You check the head-to-head clash with Marcus and Cornwall.
Mm.
Yeah, because of that. Because you see, all subsequent years, if we not beat no other team in the DaCosta Cup, Cornwall have to get beaten.
Yeah.
So the youth them just grew up with that psychology. Say, look, Cornwall, no.
Nah, be
Anybody else
Cornwall.
beat to except Cornwall.
Let's say Cornwall.
Good. And the thing about it, Lenny, that team is the best. Well, the best team I actually coached at Marcus never actually won the competition.
Mm.
Yeah. And it was because of the band, as I was telling you, the band that we got 1990.
All right.
With guys like Toto. I don't know if you know Carlos Campbell.
Yeah, man. I mean, man,
Toto.
his son a play test ball at
Right. Right. That man
Tell
like
me the name.
Peter
Toto,
Johnson, Mobla,
Peter Mobla.
one of the
Yeah,
best
man.
forward Jamaica has ever seen. People
Top
don't know
scorer
that.
in top scorer in A League up to this day. I checked the record the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And Premier League too. Even though Brazil lose so many games at Premier League, he was a leading goal scorer in the league.
You had a baller name. I know I want bull then call what they call him. Forgot the name, boy. You have
Which one?
body. You have body. You have one.
Man. Super
cow, yeah.
Yes, man.
Give me a try, remember.
Super cow.
Yeah,
man. We have last.
Yeah. Super
Lascelles. Yeah, man. We had Wayne Shan.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We had this guy Limbert Watkins, defender.
Yeah.
One of the best defender we ever have, Marcus.
Yeah.
You had Mikey, you had Garfield Stewart, who was the captain at the time.
Yeah.
You had this guy Natty.
Sorry, Garfield Stewart was from Lyman.
Yes, man.
Oh yeah. His son
was first captain for Marcus in a DaCosta Cup.
I believe his son come play the DaCosta Cup for the
Yeah. Garfield Jr.
Yeah.
Played DaCosta Cup too. Did well.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So that team was the best team I've ever coached. I remember saying, Lenny, them same guys I took on Cargo, Black Stars,
Right. But before you reach Black Stars, tell me the clash, because at that time too, OCI was coming out. So
yeah, man,
tell me the clash then with OCI, because I never forget every Saturday then when Marcus and OCI play.
Place Ramon.
He plays black, and that was a bad clash. You versus Mr. Rose.
Yeah. Well, trust one, very friendly rivalry. Sometimes we get very aggressive though.
What? But man.
It was a tradition because tell you what, Lenny. When I got to Marcus, it was being brandished that Oche and Marcus was always in, a contest. So they refer to the games as a border clash, Oche versus St. Anne's Bay.
Yes, man.
Everybody believes, and the man them from ghetto, Civil Heights, Windsor Heights, and Lime Hall. Feel boy only St. Anne's Bay alone football there,
Yeah.
And football stop at Prairie.
Yeah.
And it stop right up at Jackson.
Yeah, man. Say no football no past Prairie. Yeah,
right. So I used to make sure that psychologically, when we turn up against Ochi, we were at our best game. Just because of that. Because I believe in a competitive edge at all times.
Yeah.
So I developed the psychology in these guys. I said, look, man, you have to be mentally tough in situations like these. The physical thing won't work. Yeah. All the technique and the physical training and the tactical training. When you reach a stage like this, all of that go through the door.
Yeah.
It's about mental toughness because everybody wants to win. Yeah. So we inculcate in the guys at that moment. So look, anytime we play Ochi, it's like we're at war.
Yes, man.
Yeah.
match they usually, hey, they match they and I start to when a man get when D Cup come out, all a man asks, when Marcus and Ochi are play.
Because that is always the bill for the season.
Fern Court in the zone, that the team in it, but when Marcus, you see Marcus and Ochi.
Yes, man. And to be honest, Lenny, it seems as if no care how poor the teams were. If Ochi had a mediocre team, when them turn up for play a game against
Yeah,
Marcus,
man. Yeah, man. Yeah.
it's like them lift them game out.
The game lift, man.
Percent,
The
man.
game lift, man. How you see, man?
Yes, and that is all I tell you, say it's a
The game
mental
lift,
thing,
man.
because I tell them, I say, look, don't even look and watch and feel, say, boy, them not have no team.
No, man.
When
No,
we
no.
play them, a bragging rights that, so we have to
And then,
kill them all the time.
And then most of the ballers knew one another, and some of them were from the same community. So bragging rights.
Aye.
Yeah,
So,
man.
yeah, man, so that was it. So, so that is why I think they beat us, I think, once during my time there.
Mm-hmm.
And after that loss, I made up my mind that there's no way I allow them to beat any team I coach again, because Brown and myself actually came from adjoining communities in Saint Mary,
Yeah.
So we have a rivalry from there.
Yeah.
Yes, I know my family people them quite well, and I know film people them quite well.
Right.
People don't even know that.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
man. Yeah. Him was a military man, I myself was a military man. So that again, it's coming from far.
Yes,
Good.
man.
So that's just how it was. So I remember we played a game where Moblock got injured. You remember Train Line?
Yes, man.
Good. So Train Line now and Moblock actually lived in St. Anne's Bay.
Yes, man. One live a goalie, one live a ghetto.
Aye.
Train line a defender. Yeah,
yes, man. So Train Line broke Moblock clavicle, collarbone, tackle him and mash him up. Drop and break him shoulder.
Okay.
And put him out of the game for a little while. And boy, trust me, we work with Moblock, work with him. I have to sit down and can't play football. I'm tell him that would have kill him. Yeah. We actually drew the game 1-1. And some things happen after the game.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, I'm aware of that, because the man must say, boy, a 2 St. Be baller and
Train Line have to mash up the man.
Train Line have to mash up the man. But it was a proving thing. Train Line was the defender and Moblock was the forward. One time, yeah, man. Remember that.
Couldn't stop Moblock.
Yeah.
So that's the only way them could have stopped him. So anyway, we drew the game. And because of what transpired after the game, Issa said, look, no more game now, go play Jacksall with them two teams. So the next game now was scheduled for Dintil. Yeah, so they carried the game all the way up at Dintil.
Oh, yeah, I never know the Marcus and watch I play at Dintil.
Yes, man.
Seriously?
Yeah, man. And guess what? This game was the first game Moblock going to come back and play after him get injured.
Yeah.
The first game, And Lenny, when we turn up at Dintil, man, and start play football, all watch out for that play catch up. Yeah, man, 3 love, man, with these.
Yeah.
And when we reach 3, we say, look, we don't want to embarrass them, we just teach them some football. Just start pass and go. Teach them the Brazilian way of football.
That's a go.
Yeah, man, trust me, it was.
Yeah.
And Moblock scoring the goal, scoring at the game too.
Yeah, man.
Moblock come back, come off of the bench, come score.
They was good, man. The Marcus Ochi rivalry, man. Because
Yeah,
the
man.
Finance Bay, man, them and the Ochi, man, everybody know. I just say chain line. It two of them are from Finance Bay, and this man say more black now score and how yeah, it
Yes,
was
man. That's what the man used to live, man. And the thing
right.
about it, you know, Lenny, when I took over, because at one stage you know, I'd gone to Black Stars to coach,
Yeah.
and I recruited them schoolboys.
Mm.
The man at James Avenue, I said to me, he said, boy, coach, you check say a schoolboy competition you go play. We are going to bowl schoolboy and run with the big man them. Cause man like Twitter Reed and them guys, you know,
Yeah, yeah,
Maccabee and all of them.
yeah.
Every year I sit down and watch them year in, year out. I play for Black Stars. And every year Black Stars I drop out of the league.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And Dr. Marsh, I feel beg for them come back in the league. I said, no, this is a foolishness. And we have so much quality players in the parish who can play. I know for the money I come from all over the place. I come live life at St. Anne. Yeah.
Yeah,
I have to change that.
yeah.
So when I took over Black Stars, most people don't remember, Lenny. At the first the history of Black Stars, or Black Stars a challenge for Premier League every year we played.
Yeah, cause Black Star never really challenge. They always I
No,
don't I miss
always a drop out or down at the tail.
yeah, yeah.
Played and we went to the All Island knockout, the VMBS knockout. I don't know if you know that VMBS. JN knockout,
Mm-hmm.
All Island knockout. 2 years back to back. One
Okay.
year on it beat the 3-1 at the stadium, and the next year I think Tivoli beat we. Right?
Okay.
And a quality games them we played. I remember Simoes when we go Brazil 95. Simoes come to me and say, coach, your team Black Stars, they play good quality football, man. They're just unfortunate. I've never seen any other team in Jamaica play the brand of football you guys play.
Mm-hmm.
And as a
Yeah,
result of that, he had called Sandy Carter. I don't know if you remember Sandy Carter.
yeah, Sandy Carter, right.
Sandy and Garfield Stewart got called to the national team during the same period.
Right. See, I'm gonna ask pork skin. You know one keeper named pork skin?
Pork skin
Yeah.
from Watchman, Watchai keeper.
Oh, I'm gonna ask you if you know him.
Yeah, man, I think him come from Trelawney. Them recruit him to come keep for Ochi 1 year, I think. I think he kept for 2 years. Very good keeper.
Oh, oh,
This was before Garfield. I think Garfield came on the scene after him.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
man. I remember him. Pork
All right.
skin.
All right. So the Marcus
Mm.
Garvey journey. Sentence administration. I want you to put in it now. Tell me about Sentence administration. What you have achieved and put in it now, coaching Black Star and Brazil. You touch on the Black Star.
Yeah.
But yeah, just tell me about the adventure around that.
All right. So I got into administration, Lenny, by default.
Mm,
Now remember, no, I was a young individual turning up at Marcus as a school teacher. And based upon what I had contributed to the management of my football team, many of the people in and around St. Anne's Bay, Ochi, figured
mm-hmm,
more or less that, boy, if I was a part of the football administration, then maybe they would have seen some changes within the football. I don't
mm-hmm,
think I was actually ready to take on a role of administrator at that time. But many of the persons who were there saw it, fit to vote for me as a part of the administration. So I became first vice president in 1989, 90.
okay.
Right. So at the time, um, this guy here, president, was Harris. I don't know if you know Harrison. You remember Harrison?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Him eventually started a gym, man, heavy metal
Yeah,
boxing
man.
gym.
Yes, man. Me know.
But
Twitter, a Twitter read that.
no,
Not Twitter
man.
read. No, man.
John
Not Twitter. Sorry.
Harrison, man.
Harrison. Me know you man. He
Yeah,
started that
man.
gym. He's in boxing now. Me
Yeah,
know it.
right.
Me know it.
Very good administrator and coach.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, 'cause I learned a few things from him as a young coach, right? Very
Yeah.
experienced guy. So he was a president. I was the first vice president. But because of challenges that he had, I was actually asked to be a part of the JFF executive.
Mm-hmm.
So at 21 years old, Lenny, I became the youngest ever member of an executive committee of the JFF.
At 21?
At 21, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Me never
So
know
yeah,
see
man,
something about JFF.
yeah, man, and I I I saw it. I even revered being an executive member as a full-time job.
Mm-hmm.
I never missed a meeting, regardless of where these meetings were held. At the time, I never drove a motor car for myself. So sometimes we have meeting on a Sunday, all the way over in Mandeville. I
Yeah.
don't reach home and I have to take taxi and bus and so, reach home in my
Mm-hmm.
yard all them bad 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. Right? We go have meeting at Westmoreland, same thing. Right? But the experience I garnered from being in that group,
Mm-hmm.
very, what it refer to as August group. You have
Right.
people like Lincoln Sutherland,
Mm-hmm.
Tony James, Oscar Hall from Montego Bay, Bim
Yeah.
Williams from Westmoreland.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you had persons like what's Dennis surname? This the Cassava people, Linnell
Mm-hmm.
McLean, all of them guys were what you refer to as excellent administrators during their time where football was concerned.
Yeah.
So, as a youngster, as a little boy growing up with these guys as an executive committee, I learned a whole lot. And trust me, Lenny, what I learned there, excuse me, was what I actually, be someone, darling, was what I actually used to develop our football in St. Anne.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, growing up in Cassava was always the leading confed and parish association.
Always.
Right? And you have to respect that. Regardless of people want to boy Cassava want run football in Jamaica, whether then or no. Yeah?
Yeah.
They were the number one association
Mm-hmm.
in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I tried my best to learn just about everything that I could have learned from these people.
Yeah, man.
So anyway, we did well based upon what I was doing as a first VP. In 1990, no, the people them said, "No, man, we need to step you up. So we are gonna turn you into the president."
Mm.
And to be honest, Lenny, I took that on with pride. It was a privilege for me.
Yeah.
22 years old, people saw in me leadership,
Mm-hmm.
and I couldn't let down the youngsters. I
Yeah.
couldn't let down the people who had the clubs. So I started out now assisting the clubs in developing a structure. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
So I started visiting these clubs, turning up at the club meetings and giving them advice as to how they can actually make the club a little better. And it worked.
Mm-hmm.
Many persons remember, Lenny, that In 1994, we had 3 teams playing in the Premier League.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't even remember that.
No, sir. Me
You
know
remember
say
a
black.
club
Me
named
know. I
Orion
know.
Kickers?
Huh?
You remember a club named Orion Kickers?
Oh yeah, Orion. The first year they come, they qualify from Town.
Good.
Yeah, yeah, man, yeah, man, yeah,
You
man.
remember Volvo
Yes.
and Black Stars?
The Black Star always there. Achoo, yes, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, 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 yeah,
When
yeah,
I became president,
yeah.
we started on a journey to have at least 4 teams qualifying for the Premier League.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, I am a Casafa man in the Bridget.
Right.
That's when me learn my football and me come back now and them give me the opportunity to lead the parish association. I go into my best.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you remember a team named Discovery Bay United.
Yes, man. From DBA, man. We do one brother
Good.
named Paul Pele, the big defender. Yes, man.
Aye. I remember people used to say football stop a priory, you know,
Yeah.
right? And we win D1 couple times. Because
Yeah.
this was another thing now I had to shake up because at once when I got to St. Bay, only teams like Brazil, um, Color Red, I don't know if you remember Color Red,
Well, already. Yeah. Yeah. Man.
Windsor United,
Yeah.
Benfica,
Yeah.
and there was one Chelsea.
Chelsea, man.
I
From
think
up.
I
Yeah.
think Danny
Penalty.
Beckford, Danny used to play for
Danny
Chelsea.
side. Danny
Good,
side. Yeah.
right. And of them teams alone you also can win D1 or even go to semi-finals, you know.
Win that. Yeah, man.
Yeah. And I said, no, this have a change because football no only center around St. Bay.
Yeah.
Right? So I moved out now. I went to DBA. So boy, I go and build a football team down there.
Oh.
With win D1. And boy, it's like every time I get involved in a football coaching, you know, Lenny, referees are always my problem.
Yeah.
Same thing with what happened to Marcus, man. The same thing happened with DBA. We go St. Mary go play this team Fiani. Man them beat up the players, mash up my man them. Right?
Jesus.
And when we say boy, I mean there's no way we can play under the conditions. Turn up a JFF the man them ban me.
Mm.
Yeah, run we out of the competition, so boy, you know, we refuse from continue playing. Even though we were threatened. We were actually in a battlefield, fighting, stone throwing, all kind of things. And I
Yeah.
remember Lincoln Sutherland, Happy was the chairman of the disciplinary committee at the time. I'm a brethren. Man, so boy, young Tate, the rules state that you cannot refuse from playing. So
Mm.
based upon that, you have to forfeit the points. And I have to accept that. Good. But so it goes. So DBA, even though we're playing some good quality football,
Mm-hmm.
they never made it to the Premier League, which I think was a failure on my part. I accept that.
Barker was in your team at that time.
Yes, man. Barker, Pele,
Pele, I have a
um,
good team.
Platini. I don't know if you
Yeah.
remember them guys.
Yeah, man. I
Platini.
have a good team down at
Yeah,
DB that
man. Top class team. And I'd gotten a friend of mine from Coast Guard, Helmet. I don't know if you remember a goalkeeper.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we have a big team, man. Nobody couldn't beat them, man. Nobody couldn't
DB
beat
did have
them.
a good team that time. Yeah, man. For real.
Yeah, man.
For
And
real.
I won knockout with a team named Jacks United. They are the ones that became Orion Kickers.
Jack for the Jack for
Yeah, from
the
Steertown.
Tier
Yeah,
Town
man.
team for you,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we
Yeah.
helped all the teams, the parish association. And tell you what, Lenny, when I became president, there was a gentleman before us named Gardner, Dennis Gardner.
The late Dennis Gardner,
Policeman.
the
Yeah,
policeman, yeah,
police,
man.
right. And that man's administration collected for the entire year and play football $8,000. That's what they reported at the Congress for the entire year. 8,000 Jamaican dollars. You see,
Yeah.
my first year as president, we
Mm-hmm.
collected in excess of $80,000.
Yeah.
10 times what he collected.
Yeah.
And we were able to put up fencing at Jacksal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Chain
man.
link fencing. It was very expensive at the time. bring in a container as changing room, because nothing was there.
Nothing was there at the time. It's true. Nothing
Right?
was
Nothing.
there.
So we started putting in place certain structure that, because we wanted to actually build an office at the time so that we can really administer the football the way in which it must be done.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was always jealous of Kasafa. Them used to have office and thing where people can go. We never have no.
Nothing.
As a matter of fact, Danny, as the general secretary to me at the time, had to be doing most of the work from his home.
At his home. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which I found very, you know, what I love. I don't know if I can find the right word to use, but to me it was very inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
Even though persons found it convenient because they could turn up any hours of the night and disturb this man from the bed, and he
Yeah.
was always willing to assist regardless of what
Yeah,
hour of the
man.
night.
Right. That's enough, baby, for Danny.
Right,
Yeah.
right, and it was easy access to everybody. That's why most of them used to have the meetings and whatever. Right?
Yeah.
And I go check the dread. And I
Yeah.
wanted to change that because I think more or less about after you done work a full days. Yeah, you need to go home, relax yourself, and
Mm-hmm.
deal with your family.
Yeah.
But they were always calling upon him. I remember our treasurer at the time, Michael Guthrie. That man, worked night and day as it relates to funding, getting funds for the association. It got to the point, Lenny, where we were the number one parish association in Jamaica as it
Yeah.
relates to sponsorship. We were
Okay.
second only to the JFF.
Okay. Mm.
Yeah. 1994 when Captain Burrell took over. He had to make mention of it.
Yeah.
Not even Kasafa had the amount of sponsorship that we had because I was adamant that football cannot be developed without developing the youth.
Yeah. I'm gonna stray a little bit. I'm gonna come. The next question after this, though, is about CONCACAF. But bring me to GC faster now. Why you came to GC faster?
Yeah.
Because we have to bring the GC faster tonight, When you came to GC faster, you had your name already, you're a big coach. So what bring you to GC at the time?
Lenny, I got to the stage where I was so involved in football. Football was like my life. Even my wife said, boy, she can't even compete.
Yeah.
Because at least she come, she know me with the football. She know me had the football before she even meet me. Right? And me and my wife are going over for 37 years in a virgin.
Yeah, wow,
Okay,
congrats.
good.
And I defeat that attack.
So anyway, I got so in tune with football that I had to go to my bed, Lenny,
Mm.
and I get out of my bed 1, 2 o'clock doing football work. If I'm coaching a team, I plan my coaching session at that time of the morning.
Yeah.
Right? I realized certain things used to just come to mind that, it's like I don't know if it's a guardian angel or whatever. You used to just bring things to me. I could have seen things happening even before them happen.
Yeah.
Like for example, even the whole situation with this carnival incident. I knew that something was going to happen at carnival.
Mm.
I saw it before it happened. And that is why I put everything in place to say
Yeah.
if this happens, we have evidence. We had 2 cameras at the game, I video the
Mm.
game,
Mm-hmm.
and that is why when we showed those cameras to Issa, them say, well, boy, based upon what the referee reported, it is contrary to what we are seeing on the video.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So anyway, I got to loving football to a point where, you know, I just wanted football to be my full-time job. I would have done anything to make that happen.
Yeah.
Good. So I tried to learn. There was no coaching seminar that took place in Jamaica that I would have missed. From once I know about them, I have to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I even did a coaching seminar with this very renowned German football player, Paul Breitner.
Mm-hmm.
All of our boots name off him. I don't know if you know that.
No, sir.
Yeah, Paul Breitner. And this was one of the first coaching seminars I've ever attended. And it was held here in St. Anne at Prospect,
Mm-hmm.
by Prospect College.
Yeah.
Yeah. And trust me, I learned a whole lot of things from that 3 days seminar, Lenny. And many, when I realized many of our coaches in Jamaica never knew a lot about football and football coaching. That was the first time I learned anything about. You remember we did a GC faster, we learned about lactic acid system
Yeah, man. The system.
and lactic
Aerobic
acid.
and yeah,
Good.
man.
That was the first time in 1989 I was learning about lactic acid and why it is important for teams to tone down after a vigorous workout in terms of training. So anyway, because of my craving for knowledge, I went to Brazil in 95, between January and March. That was when Simões came.
Mm-hmm.
I was third deputy president of the JFF at the time. And I was given the opportunity to head the delegation to Brazil.
Yeah.
While I was there, Lenny, and being in a professional environment and seeing how these clubs actually operated, coaches, coaching staff, how they treated the players. Players live like they were kings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And having gotten an insight as to why players are able to function even when they get injured, they
Mm-hmm.
never miss a game. They were up again and ready for the next game, regardless of what kind of injury they got. So I started now learning about the scientific aspect of training. I learned about exercise physiology for the first time in Brazil. There was a, a physio, Dr. Gomez,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to spend a lot of time with him. And when the guys out there training, and he would have been in the dressing room, just to sit down and reason with him and said, Doc, you know, it reached a stage in the line that I could have speak fluent Portuguese when I came back to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So anyway, when I learned these things, and I said, Doc, what do you think? How can I learn all of them things? And him look at me and say, look, man, you don't have a football, a physical education school in Jamaica. And I say, yeah, man, you have a place named GC Foster. Him say, well,
Mm-hmm.
listen, man, if you have a sports college, it means therefore that if you go there, you will learn all of what I am telling you about. And I believe if you want to be a good coach, you need to have at least a first degree in physical education. And I said, really? Him say, yes. And then no, I met this other guy. He came here, Dr. Gama.
Yeah.
Dr. Gama was one of Simo's very good friends.
Yeah, man. Doctor Gano.
Yeah, he was here as technical director for the youth program when Simoes came back. Right? So I had a very good relationship with Dr. Gama. And he encouraged me and said, look, man, he used to call me um Avalanche, Joe Avalanche. So I said, look, man, Joe, you need to go to a physical education college.
Mm-hmm.
That's the place that you're going to learn a lot about physical training. And for a coach, it is very important for any team you're going to coach. And I always had that at the back of my mind, Lenny. I remember, I started off doing engineering, and switching from engineering now to education, would have been a big change,
Yeah.
But because of my quest for more knowledge as it relates to football, when I looked at a GC Foster brochure, and when I saw on it that, the main reason why GC Foster was there was to develop administrators, teachers, and coaches. Many persons
Yeah.
don't do that, And when I looked at the courses that were offered, I must see things about exercise, physiology, anatomy, um, motor learning. And I asked about this other thing what the man tell me about. I have to reach at this place. And that is how now I never stopped till 6 years after. I ended up at Foster.
That
And
Foster,
it was the best time of my life in terms of learning about anything to do with coaching.
yeah.
A very tough period because you were there. And you
Yeah,
remember
man.
what I used to encounter.
Yes, man.
Right? Leaving my classes sometime at school, I have to come up class up. I have to leave and go back a village. You remember village?
Yeah, man.
I
We have
used to
to
be the
know
technical
village,
director at village.
no, man. Village. We have to touch village. I see a village for the last question because village is a all different ball game. So we have to touch. We couldn't do the interview without touching village, man.
Yeah. All right. So let us not forget now. So Saint and now got to the stage where we were actually becoming a challenging association to Kasafa.
Kasafa. I know Kasafa not like nobody challenge him.
You understand? And when we start produce some top class player, when I used to carry all my players go up a national training,
Kasafa
3,
not like
4, 5
nobody
of them
challenge.
are select for the national program,
Kasafa
I
not
know the
like
town man
nobody.
them used to do brethren.
Yeah.
Eat up my youth them, Beat them up and tell them so them can't come back at town, And them come take with them game,
I talk something about the other day and people think I'm joking.
Nah, man, it's a serious thing, man, coming from me.
Yeah, man. People
That
think
is how
I'm
the man them
joking.
used to behave. I mean, I have to go up there go threaten man, Lenny.
Cause you have idea of town
Yes,
as
man. I
well.
have to tell me, say, look, man, till I don't know if you remember Wayne Miller.
Yeah, man. I know the name.
Wayne was and boy, Wayne was a gem. Top class defender. You know what tall Wayne was? 5'5". But speed, the ability to read the game, technique, couldn't kill him on that. Couldn't beat him on that.
Yeah.
So Wayne went up. Now Wayne made all the DaCosta Cup team. A man threatened the man, I mean, I have to go up there and say, look, man, when I threaten, no, who no goodly can't come back up here, so,
Yeah, man.
Who set man pound, so be careful of yourself.
Yeah, man. I hear the story. I hear the story of people going there and like man get called up from the countryside, and when they go up a town, the coach run the session and I know they not touch the field.
Yes, man, of them things that used to happen, man. So that's why when I used to carry my guys, man, me make sure me did it. And being a member of JFF, me observe everything.
Yeah.
So there was no training session that missed me. You see, Aaron Winston Chong Fa became technical director.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Chong and myself, every training session, whether it be the senior team, the under 23, I am there because I have to see what I go on with my players.
You play them.
Yeah, man. And so comes we actually became the captain of the Jamaica team going to Trinidad one year, the school's team.
Oh,
And did
okay.
extremely well.
Yeah.
Make a tackle, mash up Green 1 year too. Green from Tivoli. Steve Green.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Them time that I tell you, man, Wayne was clinical, man.
Yeah.
And I'm going and tackle with him.
See, Damien they man said Wayne brain make up for him size.
Yes, man.
He could really,
Very
like you
smart
say,
guy, man. Yeah,
very
man.
smart.
Very smart
Yeah,
guy.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
but quick.
Quick answer.
We was doing like 10, 4, 10, 5 at over 100 meters, you know.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
man. Mm.
Wow.
So,
And,
so
wait, I want to ask you about CONCACAF now and so on, because a lot of persons, you touch on Rennie Simonis, but a lot of persons do not understand that you played a part in the 98 campaign. Enough people don't understand that you were around JFF. I saw, and let me tell you what Devon Porter said. He said, Marvin, I would like to know, with a bright, innovative mind like yours, why are you not a part of the JFF? I think the Federation can benefit from your expertise and experience. But you were around before Simonis came in the captain era. So tell us about that.
Lenny, one word why I have not been in the JFF from then till now is corruption. Corruption, 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 corruption. No, when I became, now remember, you know, I was amongst a group of administrators, and I told you the caliber persons who I used to rub shoulders with.
Yeah.
Right? Dennis Miller from Casafa, the Linnell McLeans, Tony James, Lincoln Sutherland, Happy Sutherland, Bim Williams, Oscar Hall, all of these great men. Yeah? And seeing what I would refer to as serious blood, sweat, tears, you know, that these guys actually expended to see that our football would have moved in a particular direction. Right? And to where it got to the point where we have a new dispensation, things were happening. At least we had gotten to rock bottom between 1993 and 94. Yeah? And I tell you the experience. Tony James had decided to step down as president. Because he got a warm time from the Cassava people. I can tell you that.
Tony James from
He got a
Mandeville.
warm time
Yeah.
because he was a very strong leader, had acute vision. He knew exactly what he was about, and he was very experienced in terms of management and leadership. And they didn't like that. And worse, because he was a rural area man coming from Mandeville. Yeah? He was the first president of the JFF from rural Jamaica. They didn't like that. And I had been to meetings where it was like a divide between Casafa and associations outside of Kingston. So the rural area folks were taking sides with each other, and Casafa people were up in arms because here is a rural area president, and it's as if all he wants is to see things moving in a rural area direction, which wasn't so. And I can tell you. So anyway, Tony stepped aside because he was seriously pressured. This gentleman by the name of Heron Dale, many persons wouldn't remember a JFF president by the name of Heron Dale. Heron Dale became president. And I can safely say, Lenny, outside of the present situation now, with this present regime, and I refer to it as a regime, the worst president outside of what is happening here now was Herondale. Yeah. And things broke down because, very nice person, very
Yeah.
nice personality. He was a very good friend of mine, right? But Hiran was just too nice of a person to lead an organization like the JFF,
Mm-hmm.
right? That nice guy thing doesn't work. You have to be able to make decisions, and decisions that you can stand by. And that wasn't happening. We lost a lot of sponsorship. As a matter of fact, it got to the point where many of the football clubs, the Premier League clubs,
Yeah.
decided that they would not take the field if the president remained in office.
Mm.
Was how bad it had become. And right there and then, we realized that no, it has to change. Yeah. Yes, Herondale was a very nice person, nice personality. People loved him. But the things were just not happening. All right. And the football was being affected. So here comes Captain Borrell. Now, at the time, um, Lenny, I would have been still young. I was 25 years old at the time. And I had a lot of clout as it relates to the parishes, especially rural area parishes. Plus, being a Kasafa man again, I would have had good company with the Kasafa people. So I was well known, well regarded because of the type of person I was. Yeah. And when Captain came in, Tony called me, Tony James, and said, "Look, Marvin, we need to support this man, right? Because we think based upon his, you know, level of leadership, it will be good for the JFF." And
Mm-hmm.
right away, we got behind Captain. We supported him, um, canvassed for him, campaigned for him, did all of that for him. And 1994 at GC Foster College, we had Congress, and he was elected president. I turned up just as a supporter and an executive member. And the man them said, "But Marvin, you cannot support people, Virgin, and you have the ability for lead too. And you know in any other positions them. So look, we need you there as a member of the management committee." So remember, I was a executive committee member before.
Yeah.
No, them said no. There's no way we're going to move forward with football without you being a part of the management committee.
Yeah.
So at the time, this virgin, which was a part of my confed to Portland, a man named Mark Stamp, not Mark, Paul Stamp. Yeah, Stamp was very well known because of his financial prowess. Yeah, very good financial man and all of that. And the people them said no, they don't want a Stamp, they want Tate. And they voted for me, and I'll know I'm sure Mr. Stamp fixed me from then till now. But it wasn't my doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the people, just like in St. Anne, people them just said, look, we can't have a team without Tate, and we're gonna vote for him. And that is how I became third deputy president. And Captain and myself, we worked very closely together. I remember anywhere in the world Captain was, if it was 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, my phone would ring. Yeah, and my wife could tell me, say, "Yeah, this is a call. I'm sure a Captain Bird up on the phone to you. Because nobody else is going to call you at that time in the morning." Yeah, and all the time, hello, it was Captain on the other end of the line. So Captain, the football at the time yearned for such a leader, and we
Yeah.
got it. Now the first thing that Captain did, Lenny, I'll never forget this. Captain actually put up a burger on the Benz. I don't know if anyone remember that Benz. He had a Benz, a burger on the Benz at the time when he became president.
Mm.
We were indebted to Pegasus Hotel and other clients. And captain said, boy, the federation broke. We don't have no money. Who we ever get money from? Right? This is after Herondale. You know.
Right.
When we turn up, there was nothing in the coffers. Everything plus we owe how much money. I think we owed Pegasus at the time over $600,000, which was a whole lot of money in
Mm.
1994. Good.
Mm.
And captain actually put up his motor vehicle, high-end vehicle, as collateral for the JFF to get a loan. The man gamble,
Okay.
Lenny. And every time I see him, I used to say, boy, trust me, you're the only gambler I ever believe in. I know. I love gambling. Yeah, man. And I remember the first management meeting we had. Captain said, look, man, the whole I want to there sit down. I want to say, boy, this is the thing, and members or whatever. We don't need to put in the money on the mouth, money with arm on the mouth there. So captain said, look, everyone on inside us so go and contribute $5,000 to the JFF. Wherever I want to go and get it from, I want to make sure I get it. $5,000 them time, enough money, Lenny.
Enough money. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
And I remember all of us around the table. I had Linnell McLean, myself, Howard McIntosh, all of us. Yeah, when we put the money together, it became plenty.
Mm.
Good. And captain said, all right, in the same meeting, we need to develop a strategy. We have a vision because we're going to go to France. This is where the whole journey to France thing came in. I can't
And you,
forget
Mr.
that
Tate, was
meeting.
in that meeting.
Yes, man. Meeting
You
happened
was
at
in
this
the
hotel.
meeting to the journey.
Yeah, man. Yes, man.
Wow.
From the embryonic stages.
Yeah.
First meeting as when we took over as new members of the federation. The meeting happened at Sea Castle's hotel in Rosal.
Yeah.
Can't forget it. Captain said, look, we're going to France 1998, 4 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to develop a strategy. Right? And him say, look, man, I am a good friend of the Prime Minister, So I go and check the Prime Minister, see if him can have a little dialogue with the people from Brazil. Because Jamaicans love Brazilian coaches, so we go and find a Brazilian coach. Yeah? And Lenny, as you know, them always say the rest is history. That is where it
Yeah.
started.
Wow.
So when Captain confided in me for a whole lot of things, because he realized the type of person I was. Because at the time, Lenny, I would have given my all to football.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, financially, just name it. Good?
You love.
Yeah, I remember even when we were going to France, not to France, because most of the teams that left here,
Mm-hmm.
anywhere overseas, I would have been the head of delegation.
At that time, you were the head of
That
delegation.
that was the confidence that my president reposed in me at the time.
Okay.
Right? Right? When it comes down to negotiations, him could have called on me and say, look, Marvin, so and so, give me a lowdown, what was happening, and say, look, you take it from there. That was the type of relationship we had. And it so happened that even when we were going to Brazil, I was the person who led the first delegation to Brazil, first ever Jamaican contingent to Brazil. I was the HOD.
Mm.
Yeah. And as I said, we spent January, February, March there. And my trip was to learn as much as I could about the history and development of the Brazilian football, the culture, everything, where they were before they became what they became in 1994. Because they were world champions in 94
Yes.
in
Yes.
America, right? So we
America.
got there just around that time where Brazil was the number one football team in the world.
Okay.
And Lenny, that experience I would never forget. The whole management of football, how they administered their football, what they did to get the football from one level. Because remember one time, Lenny, nobody knows Brazilian football.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't ear worthy. the type of fields that were being played on in Brazil at one stage, especially in the late 70s, early 80s. Yeah, they were at the stage where we were at the time in
Okay.
94, right? And what they did to move on from there was that Brahma Beer Company, I don't know if you ever heard of that company in Brazil,
Mhm.
right? I don't know, you remember a couple of years ago when them guys used to score goals on the Brazilian team, you see them run, got a flag, and them do something like this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the whole thing around the Brahma beer thing.
So that
So,
that that impression, that signal, it have a
yeah,
meaning.
yes, number one.
Okay.
Brahma was the number one beer company in South America,
Oh.
right? So they brought that even into the football. So Brahma beer came in and they renovated all the stadiums in Brazil.
Mm.
Top class surfaces. The government gave them waivers and so. They went in and restructured the clubs, build facilities. Yeah. And that was able to change the whole dynamics of the football in Brazil in the early 1990s, late 80s, early 1990s. And that
Yeah.
is why Brazil actually got to the point where they were, and even to today. Yeah. Because it was
Mm.
all about European football,
Yes.
right? And they were actually exporting players to Europe when they started thinking now that when we send our players, we don't benefit from them seriously. We need
Mhm.
to keep them here, right? And another thing again, the whole Christianity thing, it was a very important part of the culture of Brazil's football. So you find that, Brazil is a Catholic country, as you know. So every player were, of the Catholic faith. And they revere that in before training, after training, they go to mass. Trust me, it was a part of their lives. Yeah. We tried it even here. Samuels tried it here when he came back. Bring the guys to church and all of that,
Yeah.
right? Just to
Yeah.
inculcate that spiritual aspect of the players, right? I'm not sure if that is even happening now, but it's very important.
Mm.
So, so I learned a whole lot as it relates to administration from that era. Now, when I came back to Jamaica, I realized that the direction in which my management committee wanted to go was not necessarily in sync with my personal vision as what
Mhm.
I thought and what I had learned being in Brazil. I realized that we would have had a big issue, and that
Okay.
person's ego was actually allowing them to make decisions that were, in my opinion, not in keeping with the whole spirit of development, right? Because how can you build a house, Lenny, without setting out your foundation?
Yeah.
Foundation, if the foundation is strong, yeah, the roof will cap off everything, not true?
Yes.
Good. And that wasn't happening. And I remember even when I came back from Brazil and, having several meetings with Simoes, we came up with a plan to, you know, bring some of what we learned in Brazil to our football here.
Mhm.
And one of the suggestions was to have a pilot project where Corporate Jamaica, and let me tell you, Lenny, Corporate Jamaica at the time were giving us a whole lot of support. We never have hands to collect sponsorship and money from Corporate Jamaica.
Corporate Jamaica. During the
Yeah.
Simone's era.
Yes, man.
Wally, yeah, man. Yeah.
Look,
Adapt player. Everything.
Lenny,
Yeah.
oh my God, man. When we used to,
Yeah.
so even we don't have money, we have food.
Mm.
The players' residents would have never been out of food.
Mm.
I wouldn't have to buy anything. The support was there. And I was saying to my captain now, say, hey, brethren, let us encourage Corporate Jamaica to come in and use 2 teams per year over a 5-year period.
Mhm.
Develop these teams, give them all the infrastructure that they need. Because this is what Brahma Beer actually did,
Yeah.
right? And I said, look, man, if you can develop at least 2 clubs per year, in 5 years, you have 10 fully outfitted professional clubs that you can actually use to move on from there in terms of your football. Good? That is what we need. Build the base. So all of these clubs, you make sure you give them a mandate. You must have a football nursery, or what people refer to as football academy. Yeah?
Yeah.
You must have under 12 football. You must have under 14. You must have under 16. You must have under 20. Yeah? And you must have a senior program. Yeah?
And
Enforce them.
that is what you learned from the Simonids.
Yes,
The whole
yes. Hey, Lenny,
that is established.
of course. Lenny, when we went to Brazil, and saw players in Brazil at age 10, these players weren't as good as our 10-year-olds in Jamaica.
Mm.
And this is just not my opinion alone. Good. Many of our coaches who went on that tour would have told you, Lenny, when we went into a club like Sao Paulo, when the young guys went in at 12 years old, many of them couldn't even run. Coordination poor.
And Jamaican children around for 50 years.
You see what I mean? So we had the athletic ability
Yeah,
from a
yeah.
barn,
Oh, man.
coordination, everything is there. This is something which is taught in the clubs in Brazil. So the players know from 12 years old when they go into a Brazilian club system, Lenny, they are brought through what we refer to as a syllabus or a curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't reach the next stage unless you pass the mandatory stage.
Okay.
Good, so you have to matriculate in order for you to move forward. Now, what Brazil was doing to their players from 12 to 16, 18 years old, yeah, it was more like a miracle.
Mm-hmm.
A 16-year-old in Brazil is a fully fledged professional player, Lenny.
Mm-hmm.
Good. How many of our players you think compete with them at 16 years old? But if you bring a under 10 team from Brazil to Jamaica, we beat them up over and over.
But the transition from 10 to but by 16 they are fully by 16 you said they are fully professional, playing
Fully
professional.
professional. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Good. So that was one of the things that we wanted for our football in Jamaica. Right?
Yeah.
Now my good president look at me and tell me, so boy, young Tate, I understand your eagerness, to get clubs going, but that is not the objective of the JFF. Which in a sense he was correct, Lenny.
Mm-hmm.
But where we were at the time, seeing that we wanted to bring something to the international market, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that is where we needed to start developing the clubs, because then the clubs would start developing good players, quality players that we can send overseas, we can sell them,
Yeah.
right? So I'm telling him, say, look, man, no, our objective is not to develop clubs. It's to project ourselves on the international stage. And right there and then I realized that I couldn't think like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And based upon what was happening on the international stage at the time, yeah, I knew exactly where we were heading. And I can tell you, Lenny, that the culture that exists at the JFF presently actually started from that era, right?
Same culture, same.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No, another thing which was very important at that stage again, Lenny, was the fact that in Brazil, I remember we did a coaching program with Sao Paulo University with this coach Tele Santana. You ever heard of him?
No, 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 not really.
Tele Santana was a coach who took that 1982 Brazilian team to the World Cup.
Oh,
And he's revered as one of the best coaches, yeah, who
the
ever
82 team
coached
they
in
were
Brazil.
near, they didn't won, but that year that they were the best team that was in the competition.
Ever represented Brazil.
They were
Good.
represented Brazil, yes, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got
Right.
knocked out, but I heard it was a
Best
very
team
good
ever
team.
never won the World Cup.
World Cup, yes, I heard
Right.
about them.
No, we were all sent to different clubs to observe what was happening in these clubs over a 5-day period.
Mm-hmm.
When we returned to give our reports, after 3 and 4 persons reported, Lon Donaldson was one of the coaches who actually did the course, that same course. Our
Okay.
women's football coach,
Yeah,
Lon Donaldson,
yeah, man. Yeah, recently.
95
Yeah.
in Sao Paulo. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
one of the coaches on that course.
Okay.
And after 4 persons reported, Lenny, Santana didn't have to go any further because everybody would have reported the same things that happen on a day-to-day basis in whichever clubs they went to. So if we had Botafogo on a Monday, the same thing that was happening at Botafogo on a Monday was happening at Santos, Sao Paulo, Palmeiras,
So you're telling me
Flamingo. Eh?
that they have a system, they have one system.
Of course, it's like a military thing, and this was being audited.
Okay.
So when I ask, I said, then, why you do this? Because I mean, a coach may have him strategy and thing, and them
Mm-hmm.
say no. Man, look at me and say, hey man, when you turn up to buy food in a franchise system, does the food have the same quality wherever you go? What do you think leads to that? You must have a quality control officer. So he tastes the food, he observe how it is being prepared. Yeah, in order for us to have the same thing, the football must have the same thing, Lenny.
Oh,
So
yeah.
where the coaches now will differ in terms of strategy and tactics and so forth. Yeah, the fundamental principles in terms of the Brazilian way of playing football must be
Must
maintained.
remain,
Good.
must maintain,
Must
must
be
remain.
maintained. So
Okay.
all the thing was a situation which took place in all the clubs.
So
And
you
not
have people
only,
coming over to see if they are doing this.
of course, you have developmental officers. The CBF had a research and development committee. It's an arm of the CBF. And I had
Mhm.
asked Captain, I said, Captain, we need to have a research and development unit in the JFF. So we can go back in some of our history. Yeah, so that
Mhm.
we can actually plan in terms of going forward with the football. That never came on. From my time there, Lenny, I was even asking for an independent body to run our football here in Jamaica. I mean, when I went
No,
to
no,
village
no,
as a
no, no.
coach,
I have to say this still because
yeah,
people like Devon Porter is in the chat and he's asking and he said, Marvin, I'm going to challenge you to help our football. Why a man, a bright mind like you now, who have this experience, you are coming from that school, you have this experience. Why? But you need to get back in the football, brethren.
Lenny,
You need
Lenny,
to get back, brother. You
well, and
can't have this talent.
I appreciate Devon for bringing this up. But let me tell you something. You remember I told you, you realize where I am coming from.
Yes, yes, I
Deep
am. Yes,
rural, deep rural Jamaica.
right.
I grew up with a lot of principles.
Mhm.
Yeah, my foundation there has been set. And them say, boy, only a stupid man can change. But where my principles are concerned, I will never sacrifice those for nothing else.
Mhm.
Good? So a man can associate me with certain things. Because if me know say it happen, Lenny, me are the first man who I go move.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Man, say, boy, I know you can't do that. You have to stay there and make things happen. And sometimes when you sit down, and you go through your introspection and you say, boy, I mean, yeah, maybe if me never leave, maybe I could have contribute more and so. But at the same time, again, maybe I would have been dead too. So I could not contribute nothing. Because how dare you go up against people who go in a particular direction.
Yeah,
And
you
you give
can't
people
tell
the
me.
opportunity to do what they figure more or less is right.
Either you come with us or you
Or you
leave.
jump off of the boat. And me
Yeah,
go jump off if me know say boy it will carry me go a particular way.
yeah.
Now when you sit down and you think of it, Lenny, we have spent since 1994 to 2004. This is what 40 years. Check it.
Mm-hmm.
In excess in billions of dollars in football in Jamaica. You know what? Our football players are still being paid. The guys who ensure that football continues in Jamaica. Some of them not carrying home not even $30,000 a month.
Uh,
I remember when I was at Village, we were paying players at the time because I was one of those persons and coaches. Well, my role at Village, outside of being technical director, I was an executive director for the club.
mm-hmm.
So everything that was happening inside our club was directed by me. Where the executive was concerned, I reported to the board. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my players, who are the ones, blood, sweat, and tears, every Sunday them out that play, they are the face of the club. And them people I see, and them people I interact with. Good. If they can't live comfortably, nobody else in that club is supposed to live comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
Good. No, we were playing players at Village in excess sometimes $150,000. This is over 20 years ago.
Yeah, at that time. Well, if
When
I'm
it,
only at
at
that time,
that
man.
time,
Yeah,
I
man, I was.
remember I turned up at Waterhouse as technical director 2016.
Mm.
Right? You had players being paid $20,000 a month.
Oh boy.
Yeah? Where's our football going? And let me tell you, Lenny, people are in Jamaica benefiting from football. Don't matter feel say, yeah, people here won't benefit. Because if they weren't benefiting, you think football would still be going on.
Mm-hmm.
But who are the persons who benefit? Who are the corporations who benefit?
Players who are out there getting nothing.
They don't. You can imagine a man have to work nine to five job, and then after the job, you have to turn up for train on the next 2 hours at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Eh? And we are supposed to be developing professional players. Who we compete with? Who can we compete with? My players at Village never worked outside of playing football.
Yeah.
I saw to that. We were very good in terms of collecting funding at the gates because we had very good gates. But we used to walk and beg money to, well, not beg, we used to form partnership. So when you turn up at a Village game, you notice you have a whole lot of billboards around the place.
Mm-hmm.
Right around the place. All of those billboards represented money. And that was why when I left the JFF 95, 96, yeah, I made sure that I attached myself to a club, yeah, to try and build that club. Black Stars, again, Lenny was one of the first clubs who paid players to play football. We had a clubhouse. These players never have to worry about working. Some of them did because they were working in the hotels and they would have gotten time off and stuff for training and to
Mm-hmm.
play games,
Mm-hmm.
right? But they were paid good. We have some of the most talented players in the world. Are we developing these players? So until the JFF can set up a program of development, yeah, to say, look, we are going to focus on the fundamental aspect of football. And we're going to put in a structure that people can actually see this happening.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's no need for me to be involved in other football. And that's simply because we'll be wasting time. I will always be thinking about bringing players from England and wherever to come play because we won't be able to develop any quality.
Mm.
Right? And because our administrators know that, yeah, we can go and we can get football players every time to come. Yeah? Then we don't have to develop nobody in Jamaica. But think about it, Lenny. If these players, right, whom I consider, professionals, and they are coming to Jamaica to enhance our football, nothing is wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
But the fundamental principle is that Jamaica's football must have a culture that anywhere in the world you go, people can look at it and say, yeah, these are the Jamaicans. And we can identify them based upon the type of football they play.
The style that they are playing.
Good.
Yeah.
Right?
Whether from the youth
Encourage.
system coming up.
Good. Now look at our leagues that we have here in Jamaica. You think you could have invite any of those guys from England to come and play in our local leagues? You think any of them would come?
Not current. No.
Okay. Now, why you think Messi go and leave PSG and turn up at Inter Miami to represent a MLS club?
MLS. Mm.
Think about it. No, that is where we need to go. We need to develop our professional clubs. And we have to audit them, make sure that whatever they are doing can stand up to scrutiny, how them spend their money. Because enough of them get the money and the players them not see it. A pure hard luck story the players them get every weekend. Good. I remember I've seen players have them family walk around and them beg things just to, assist their families. And every weekend you have football games being showed on live TV. You think media rights are chicken feed, Lenny?
Need it right. Yeah.
Think about it. And Jamaica is a part of a global environment where if you build your football program or your league, this can be sold anywhere in the world.
In that world. Mm-hmm.
Right? We got a glorious opportunity in 1998 to go to France. So our football actually was on the map, so to speak. Yeah, and we have been doing creditably well with the females now. Yeah, will this be maintained? Can this be developed? These are questions that we need to be asking. More than being in boardroom or wherever casting over who get paid from who not get paid. That shouldn't be the case. You get money to give people. You give them the money.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You promise them something. Hold on to your promise. Or if it can't come true, you say, look, this is the situation. Right? Sit down and reason with people. Don't take them for granted. Right? Leadership is a hell of a thing, Lenny. Right? And you cannot lead by default. You have to have knowledge about leading, knowledge about managing. Yeah? And human beings are some of the most difficult people to manage. Even though them say you lead people and you manage resources. But, you cannot manage without systems, without rules. Because I tell a man, say I don't believe in democracy. Them say, boy, then, you must say that. Democracy around the world, yeah. Democracy around the world to ruins. Because we have rules and we don't follow the rules. Because a man will always be there who can outwit some people and say, look, come on my side, man. And when him get the majority, him say, yes, the majority counts, but it is against the rules. Which one is better? We follow rules that we set, or we convince some people to support a particular direction.
Mm-hmm. Boy, Damian Fullerton is saying that Jamaica qualified at the same time as Japan and even beat Japan in the World Cup. And look at Jamaica football today compared to Japan football today compared to Jamaica.
Absolutely. No, Lenny, and I'm happy that he actually mentioned that. Because, you know, when we were in Brazil in 95, you know which team was in Brazil while we were there? The Japanese team.
Japan was in Brazil the same time
At the
Jamaica was in
same
Brazil.
time,
95?
1995, they were there. They spent 6 months in Brazil.
Okay. Yeah.
So we were there between January and March. They were there from January right through to the summer.
Oh.
Remember before Brazil, Japan even went to the World Cup, they never even have a J League, try. Remember that?
Didn't have a league.
Never had a league. You see where the J League is now.
Mm-hmm. People go
Okay.
in Japan.
What has we done? What have we done for our football since 1998, Lenny?
Mm. Look at a Croatia that came in the same time.
Same year.
And look at Croatia football now.
Okay, and we're going to say, oh, them countries, they have money. A dollar is a dollar in any country you go.
Yeah, yeah.
And I will always say, Lenny, that if in England, you can pay an Englishman 50 to 100,000 pounds a week
Mm-hmm.
for playing top class football. Yeah? In a Jamaica, we most can pay our players the same 50 or 100,000 dollars per week for play them football.
Mm.
But it is not being managed properly. No development is happening.
Oh.
And it hurts me to, Lenny,
Yeah.
to see all Mount Pleasant. You think a little money Mount Pleasant have down their waist?
When you say about when you say that's a strong statement, when you say man about waste the money.
Listen, my man. Listen, man. It's like showing good money off a bad investment.
My God. Really? And people say the best thing since?
Yeah. Best is best and best, No, but Lenny, look at it.
Yeah.
The resources that are being expended by Mount Pleasant. Good? They would have the best coaches, the best players, the best facilities.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they in the Premier League, the Jamaican Premier League?
They are first or second there now. They are that place.
By how many points?
Maybe 1 point, yeah. Maybe 1 point.
So you can dominate?
Yeah, they are not. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the main reason for that is the type of structure that is involved at Mount Pleasant. And the ego of certain persons who are involved there.
So you're
That
saying
is
that they
what
should
kills
restructure?
our football.
You said they should restructure? You think they should restructure?
Of course.
Eh?
Lenny,
Why? Tell me why. Tell me why.
Lenny, hold on, Lenny. Lenny, let me tell you something. I saw the first game I've gone to live to watch Mount Pleasant was a couple of weeks ago. And I live in St. Anne. I only hear what is happening there, right? No. When I turn up, rain was falling, yes. They were playing against Homeland. And I'm sure I'm not certain if I saw 1,000 people in Jacksal. Now, Lenny, we are coming from the days when a Black Stars playing against a Reno. We run you close to 5 to 10,000 people inside of Jacksal. And we don't have stands during that time.
Yeah, man, Reno and Black Star was
Good. So think about it. What are you doing to enhance your spectators support for the club?
Mm.
Yeah. How do you structure your program so that it is actually above everybody else based upon the fact that you have good spending power?
Mhm.
How do you do that? No, Brazil again, Lenny. I don't know if you remember, we had some Brazilians playing for Black Stars.
Yeah.
Good. When I came back from Brazil, I brought two young men with me, and those two young men, Lenny, the
Mhm.
type of professionalism that they brought to Black Stars at the time, yeah, actually assisted the locals, our local players, yeah, to start behaving like the Brazilians.
Eh?
People used to turn up to watch Black Stars just because of them two guys.
Yeah. Yeah, man,
And
remember
they
I
weren't
brought him.
and they weren't the best coming out of Brazil.
Yeah. But one day later, Brazilian.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
Why you think Miami go and call for a Messi to come Miami and give him so much money?
Yeah.
Because what they're going to earn in return will be much more than what them going to pay Messi.
Messi.
When
Mhm.
you sell a million Messi shirt with Inter Miami upon it, we we gonna have money for collect. We gonna have hands to collect money.
Mhm.
These are things that you have. The marketing of football is very important. Look at even the JFF, the parent body. You see them doing any marketing,
Mhm.
but them want to walk around and beg people money. And them say, boy, people not supporting with people not sponsoring with. You have to do things for yourself, man, and build partnership.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
I guess
just
you.
how it goes. So you have to run a football club as a business. So you have to have a HR department, you have to have a marketing department, the
Mm.
financial department, right? You have to have, one very significant thing that I learned out of that Brazilian program, Lenny, was the fact that there was an individual that you had in the clubs where anything to do with players' welfare were concerned. Yeah? That individual would have taken on all the challenges, no care how grave they are, yeah,
Mhm.
and make sure that they were addressed before players even know. So a man may be in camp training for him club and him have a death in him family. And that person from the club would have visited the family, made all the arrangements for funeral, everything before the player even know what happened at home.
Wow.
So players don't have headaches.
Mm.
Players see the best doctor. I remember the same Brazil trip again, Lenny. Tigat Davis came to Brazil with a broken phalange,
Mhm.
right? In him little toe. The doctors in Jamaica, set him in and tell him, say, yeah, man, I'm good to go. I'm ready to play football again. You see when the man turn up at Brazil and them say, no, Timo say, nah, man, we need to check this to make sure that you're ready. You see when the man them x-ray, Tigat,
Yeah.
them realize, say, look, man, you not ready for no football, none whatsoever for a while. So them have to recast the man foot, yeah, and tell him for just watch the tour,
Mm.
right? And look at him and tell him, I say, look, man, you see, if you were just a regular man who are walking on the streets, We could allow this to heal as they have it set. But because you're a football player and you're supposed to be a professional, it has to be done properly. So them carry him go surgery and do over the broken bone.
Mm-hmm.
Set him right. Right? I mean, the last coach, T got ever playing football for, you know.
Oh,
He
don't
got
I
help score goal for we for qualify for Premier League, a village,
don't I village, yeah.
at 40 odd years old.
Yeah.
Good?
Mm-hmm.
No, these are the things that we need to pay special attention to. If players are not comfortable, you can't have good quality football. And they must be trained as professionals, right? Professional ethics not just come up overnight,
Mm-hmm.
right? When you hear about players that turn up, them all late for training, them this, them that, them a call and say, boy, I can't come much. No. And these are the things that the JFF now have to have them auditing team. Audit.
Getting the clubs, setting the clubs right.
Of course. Because trust me, Lenny, most of those guys who are saying that they are administrators, not the clubs, they don't even know what to do. When you check them where them learned it from, you don't know.
Mhm.
Right? Many of our coaches know they had never gone through a structure like what exists at GC Foster.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, I remember one very prominent coach, even presently coaching in Jamaica. So there's no way I'm going to GC Foster because GC Foster can't teach him nothing. He more can go GC Foster, go teach them there.
Okay.
Which is utter, well, you know that is utter nonsense.
Nonsense, yeah.
Right? And this is why we have the quality football that we have. Come on, just see, say, boy, yeah, I learn to play football here, so I can go on a 2 weeks course or whatever. I'm a big coach. It is much more than that.
Mhm.
Right? A football club and a football administration takes much more than what we are giving for our development. Right? Look at CONCACAF. You know where CONCACAF are coming from, Lenny?
Yeah.
CONCACAF is coming from the days when people used to operate like how we are operating now, with corruption and all of that.
Mhm.
Right? And if it wasn't this whistleblowing thing during the last couple of years, things would
Yeah.
have been restructured here either. In
Yeah.
CONCACAF, it was very messy, right? Football is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the world.
Mhm.
Not even track and field any. But in Jamaica, where is our football? How many of them players right now can jump up and say I can go up and place go buy one car or buy one house from football? It doesn't happen, right? While administrators can do anything because him control the money, so him can do just about anything he want to do. But the true people who are supposed to be benefiting are not benefiting. So, oh, you expect me, to support something like that, Lenny? Tell me now. Ask Mr. Porter, how would you expect me to
Ah, boy.
support an organization which is like that?
Yeah. So I see where you're coming from.
These were the things that were happening. And that was a culture that was set, Lenny, and it is continuing even to today.
Mhm.
Again, anywhere you have a leadership in place for more than, I'll put it at 8 years. After 8 years, corruption must be involved. So I don't think a man should have stayed in a job as president for 20 and 30 and 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
You do your stint, man, move on, other people are there. And you must have succession planning in place.
All right, so Damian is asking you now, what would you suggest as a solution to the current problem in football, in Jamaica's football? What would you give us at least 2 to 3 solution based on you have said a lot, which I agree. I know most of the viewers agree too, that Jamaica football should have been further. And you have the expertise, you are expert at this area. You have actually gone to school in Brazil about it. What would you suggest as
All
a
right.
solution?
All right. I'm glad you asked that, or the person asked that,
Damian,
Lenny.
Damian.
The first thing that you have to do, yeah, is to change the structure of the federation. And there exists an outline coming directly from FIFA as to how you operate a football association.
Mm-hmm.
You have rules and regulations that you should follow. I would even go further and change the operative word from should to must.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go wrong, Lenny, if you follow the rules. What does the rule say? If the rule says X, it means X. Now, there are times when you know you have to maybe tweak certain things based upon what is existing in your present environment, because not every country has the same resources and so forth, right? So you have unique situations. Good. So you can at least tweak the rules based upon your unique situation. Good. So number one is to have structure. And when you set them, you follow them. You don't go Congress and have people voting on these rules. And at the end of the day, you say, boy, you can do anything to the rules. Yeah? And have persons skipping around them. No. The rule is the rule. Follow it. Now, secondly, you must have a development plan. Whether it be 3 years, 4 years, or whatever, there must be a development plan of action that you will basically follow in order to achieve objectives. Okay? Now, after you have that plan, that is two, So you change the structure, you put in a development plan. And the third thing is to develop now a strategic plan as to how you're going to accomplish those developments, how you're going to reach your objectives.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, from once you have those three things in place, then you look at the persons or the personnel that you're going to have to entrust to go along with those plans. Good. So you have some people who don't feel so them supposed to follow structure. You can't have them involved in your football management. So
Mm-hmm.
they must be willing to follow structure. Good. They must be willing to follow whatever development plan that are put in place. And they are supposed to be in a position to work the strategies to achieve whatever objectives are there. Without a plan, there's nothing you have to evaluate at the end of a tenure. Right? And it must be in a black and white. So you can check it as you go along. Right? So I don't know of a JFF having any of these. If you know, you tell me.
You don't know the JFF have none of the what you just
I
say?
don't know. I'm sure if I ask them to show me a development plan, them going to skip around that.
Really?
Or a strategic plan.
Big JFF.
Right? I say I don't know, Lenny. They may have. But it must be there so people who are involved in football can see it.
I must be followed.
Good. right? Now you have a system of developing coaches, Lenny, where people are not involved in coaching. They are not actively involved in coaching, but yet still they are propelled to the place where they are sitting B license courses and A license courses.
Mm-hmm.
While
Yeah.
coaches who have
Yeah.
been actively engaged in coaching over the years, and people know them, right? Who really wants to develop their coaching skills, are not given that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
That is what is happening here.
So you are saying that coaches who are involved in coaching is not being given opportunity to do the A license and the C
Some
their
some
license
of them aren't.
or the B license. But man who does
No.
I can just go in and do and get a B license or C license.
Yes, yes. As long as the parish association or whomever recommends you, or the JFF recommend you to do it, you are able to go and do it.
Yeah. Really?
Lenny, for
Mm.
example, look at me.
Mm.
I have done the last course I did was in Spain.
Yeah.
Good. All the courses that they have had in Jamaica for the last 4 years, they have actually been a secret where I am concerned. How I came
Mm.
about getting involved in even the C license program was when I was technical director at Mobile United 2001, when 2021, when they were just coming back to Premier League, and they asked me to come and help them. So if I wasn't there at the time, I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to sit a C license course
Mm-hmm.
as a Premier League coach. And who have had experience over 30 years in coaching at all levels. But you have a man who is the president of a parish association, who I don't know of him coaching. Yeah? And he is now actually sitting the B license course.
Mm-hmm.
You hear what I just said a while ago?
Say that again because I can't understand if you're saying that if somebody is inactive, you're not coaching them at all. You can go and do the JFF B license now and C license.
It has happened and it is happening. Yes.
But a man who is coaching on a sideline is not upgraded, but he not get a chance to go and do it.
Good. And the rule is now, if you do not have at least a B license, you can't coach in the Premier League.
Right, you cannot coach in the Premier League if you don't
Good.
have a B license.
So I am a coach who have been coaching in Jamaica for how many years? Good. I am ineligible to coach at the Premier League level because I don't have a B license.
So
Even
hold
though
on.
I would have applied to do the course. I
Mm-hmm.
am not given the opportunity because the course is filled, and because you have this X, Y, and Z persons in the program, I won't be able to do it.
Have you reached out to Andrew Peart? Because Andrew Peart is the head of the coaching school there. Because
Yes, man.
let me ask you our next question. I want to ask you our
Yeah,
next question. You have done courses in Brazil, re-coaching. You have
yeah,
done you said the last one you did in Spain.
yeah.
These are not valuable anymore. That's what you're
No,
saying.
because it has to be a CONCACAF AB ARB license.
Oh, so it don't matter if you do it in Spain, you have to come back home to
Yeah,
CONCACAF.
man.
Oh,
But they
okay.
are saying now that it depends on the equivalency. So, all right, the program I did in Spain was a specialist course
Mm-hmm.
for match analysis and scouting. Good. So
Right.
that now wouldn't be equivalent to a CONCACAF BRA license because it is a specialist area.
Okay, match analysis and yeah, I get you. I get you.
You understand?
Yeah.
What I'm saying, in order for me to upgrade myself, I have to go outside of Jamaica
So,
because you
so,
are not given an opportunity because you're not in certain circles.
so you're saying the coaching school is run by circles that who they know they carry up there?
Well, that's the conclusion I would have come to.
But a man like Marvin Tate, who have set it at Village, you coach at Black Star, you came through the last, you coach at Waterhouse, and you can't get into a coaching course in Jamaica?
Well, I was
And it
told.
be
Well,
like,
I was told that they're having a course in March. So maybe in March I will be considered to
no
be a
man,
part of
no man, no man, this is
that course.
serious. No man, this is serious, man.
No, but
But you need,
this is what I'm saying, Lenny.
uh,
This is how the JFF administers football.
what?
And you try to see the logics behind it.
Yeah.
Right? And even though people go and tell us about this and that and rare. Good? All right, you have a gentleman who has been a part of football for years.
Mhm.
Good? Was even a member of the technical committee. Good? And he was told that he cannot remain a part of the committee because he is not qualified. Good?
Mhm.
Now, what would you do in a situation like that? You have an HR department, Lenny, and you realize that you have a very good worker who has contributed, but that person is not qualified in a particular way. What would you have done with that person? Would you try to get training for the person, or you just discard the person with
Try
the
to get training
experience?
to bring him up.
Okay, so you understand the type of management that exists.
You can't run with a good worker. You get training for him and bring him up to the level that you want him.
Okay.
Qualification.
Okay. So, so these are some even though they are fundamental, they are
Mm.
very important. You don't overlook these things because management is a science.
Mhm.
Good? And if you don't do it properly, what do you think is going to happen?
Mm. Company go down.
You
People are
cannot be
suffer.
successful,
Mhm.
right? And when you talk about organizational culture again, Lenny, any culture which is set in an organization must come from the leadership. It must come from the head. It can the tail can develop culture,
Mhm.
and it must be seen throughout the organization. Yeah. What
Yeah.
is the culture at the JFF presently?
Oh yeah, ask some hard question, brother.
Yeah, and that's why I tell you I don't get involved in the
Remember,
politics.
you
I
have been around the JFF. I which one the JFF office is?
20 Cent Lucia. You see even all that Lenny? 20 Cent Lucia
Yeah,
Crescent. No,
yeah.
even the JFF, hey, I'll tell you, Lenny. You have people who are involved with the JFF now. We don't even know where this JFF is coming from.
Where the
They
JFF is
don't know the
coming from.
sacrifices. They don't know the sacrifices. Yeah, that
Mhm.
people have made over the years to get where the football is or where they have gotten it. They
Mhm.
don't know, right? Coming from nowhere. But now, people feel more or less that, yeah, man, money is there now, so they can do anything they want to do. No. If you don't know how to manage $10, Lenny, you will never be able to manage $10 billion.
That is true.
You understand?
Yeah.
So many people in Jamaica have sacrificed to make the JFF where it is. And when I mean sacrifice, blood, sweat, tears, and even financial support for
All
it to
right,
be where it is.
let me ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you this
Mhm.
question. Do you think people around the JFF don't want to see your face again in football?
I'm not sure.
Whether admin or coaching level?
No, man,
Art.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that. Well, to be honest, Lenny, as I've told you before, I am a very principled person.
Mm-hmm.
So I maintain a certain principle. You will never find me in groups where people just hang out and vicariously do things or say things.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I spend most of my time with my family at home. Good? I have gotten to the point where it is senseless to really even sit down and discuss football with some persons. Because some people figure more or less that they are the epitome of what football is. They know everything about football. So I try not to even be in a debate about it.
Yeah.
Right? For example, I took on a little club a couple months ago, Med Forest. Right? And so, boy, this is a club. Because if you notice, Lenny, the clubs that I have actually gone to are clubs that don't have resources.
Mm-hmm.
They have no structure. They have nothing at all. I just see a club struggling and say, look, I can assist here. I'm going to assist.
Right.
Yeah. And try to change them into clubs that can challenge. Now, even if I don't win a league, I must actually see improvement in
Mm-hmm.
whatever I am doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We did it at Black Stars. We did it at Brazil. We did it at Village United, Mobile United. I remember I went to a club over in St. Elizabeth, Santa United. The
Mm-hmm.
first time ever that club ever beat a team in the Premier Leagues was when I was there. Right? A coach at Los Perfectos. Yeah? I went to Waterhouse, tried to put in a structure there, and the people them look at me and tell me, say, boy, Waterhouse never really need no technical director, I don't think them really need to reach the stage yet, Them a move too fast. We never ready for somebody like you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now this is a Premier League club, that is looking towards professional development, to put in place a professional structure, right? And whatever you're putting in place, you're saying no, it can't work because they're not used to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't bother try get in the politics of it. If a man tell me, say, look, Marvin, you can't do certain things, I agree with him, and I go and fight him. It pain my heart just to know that I would have had certain knowledge and thing that I can pass on, and I'm not really just doing that. Even though I have my coaches, them will call on me every now and again. People who are presently coaching, yeah, and I share my experience and my knowledge with them. Yeah, that is as much as I do,
So,
right?
so no, no, I want no. I'm going back to the part where so hold on. So I'm going back to the part where you said that you having problem getting into a B license, a C license, or a B license
No, I mean, no, I
program.
don't. No, I don't have a problem.
You'd have a
I,
problem getting
I
in.
don't make it. I don't make it a problem, Lenny.
No, 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 no. I let me ask you. You said you coach at the Premier League level in Jamaica now because
Based
you have
upon
to,
the structure, no,
no,
no.
no. A man like you coming from a Black Star Brazil, so you have done so many courses, was around CONCACAF. Let me ask you then.
Outside of that, I have a first degree in physical education
Yes.
and a master's in sports business management.
This is a tape where you are doing for the outside, brother. No. We have to stop it
Lenny,
here. So
Lenny,
no, me have to
Lenny,
stop you.
my
Let me ask you a question.
principles, my
No, no, man.
principles
No, man. I'm talking
would
about
not
the
allow me to be in certain circles.
no, I'm talking about the coaching at the Premier League now, the B license coaching.
Yeah.
Have you tried to get in any one of these courses?
Yeah, man, I did in October last year.
You try get into the one of these, and what happened?
I had applied and they told me that the course was oversubscribed.
All right, listen, because and I know this for a fact because I got through. I have a paper right now with me where because I have a first degree from GC Foster College. I didn't go through that course. The JFF sent it to me. If you have a first degree, like what you have from GC, I believe you start at the C. Right? That is it.
I don't know that. Well, I knew in the past I was exempted from many courses with the JFF. But regardless of me being exempted, I went and I sat in all of them and paid my money too. Because I
No,
believe in
but
knowledge.
a man like you,
I believe in gaining knowledge, Lenny. That's me.
But a man like you can't be barred from a B course. And me see man up there say them a instructor. These are the things that have problem with me, you know. No, when I come on my platform and talk, no, I say a man like Marvin Tate.
Yeah.
A man have problem with me because me come out now because I shoot. How can you be a man who's active?
Yeah.
And a man a coach one D1 team or a Corner League team down there have in B and in something like that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No.
So this is just how it is. But Lenny, I don't allow those things to fluster me and fluster my thoughts, right?
No,
I sit and I watch this football, and I've been watching it from I left the JFF many moons ago. Between 94 and 98, I had my stint. I did what I think I could have done, and I left it to them. Right? If I am going to the national stadium to watch a match, I take out my money and I pay going and I sit down. If I feel says foolishness, I get up and go about my business. I go into a Premier League game, I do the same. Yeah, pay my money, I'm go see them where I'm gone. Sometimes I go to games, people don't even know that I am there. My wife go in and we sit down and watch. And sometimes after 15 minutes, we say, no, look, this is not football, I'm gone. Yeah. But this is just how it is. And this is what pains my heart, Lenny, to say our football at the stage at which we have it now. Right? And people say, years first we're having professional football in Jamaica and whatever. But I remember the early 1990s, and people thought more or less when Simoes came, we never had a program. We had a very good program in place that Simoes benefited from. Good. I don't know if you remember Waves and Kingston Lions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This was a brainchild of Tony James.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because he wanted to see professional franchise football in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
Right? FIFA outlawed it because they said no other country outside of America will be allowed to have franchise football because of politics, right? And monopoly, which is to me a good decision, right? But as the parent body, the JFF, this is your jurisdiction, Jamaica. Yeah? Your situation here is unique to every situation anywhere else in the world. And if you do not understand the history of your football in the country, how do you expect to put programs in place, yeah, to characterize what is happening in terms of we losing talented football players to track and field and cricket and whatever, yeah, and not actually encouraging them, yeah, to develop an interest to wanting to play football, right? Hyde Hyde was a top class football player at Wolmer's, you know.
Yeah.
400 hurdler,
Right.
Lenny's son.
Lenny's son, right?
Yeah, I remember when he came there. I was a PE teacher at the time, right? And I encouraged him. I said, look, man, for multilateral development, do both sports. Do your football and do your track. And I managed him through the process. Yeah. And I was frightened that that boy, Jalil, chose track and field over football. Why you think this was so? And his father is a football coach. Yeah, this is just one example. Because there's nothing for a youngster to gain from football. You're going to tell me, say, yeah, man, play football because you can get a contract overseas. What is the likelihood that a man is going to get a football contract anywhere in the world? What about in present situation? You are here, you're producing, you're playing football, and people sit down at them house and them can watch you. It is entertainment. When you go to a stage show, you have to fork out your $5,000 and $10,000 going in. Not true? In a Jamaica, all them ask you for is $1,000 to go in at the stadium. And with all of that, nobody not going because the quality is poor. How do you develop the quality? Remember I told you what was happening in Brazil? Quality control, how you audit what is happening in the clubs.
A man go around to the club
Good.
and make sure that the clubs are doing the proper things.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the whole system of football, how you follow it. Why you think the managers in England meet almost every week in the Premier League? Coaches share ideas with one another. Yeah? They sit down and they come up with strategies how to improve the product. That's when people see it. Because TV is the thing, you know. You earn more from TV than what you see at the stadium. The people who turn up at the stadium.
TV rights, yeah.
You understand?
Streaming.
Good. That's another thing again during our dispensation. We gave away our TV rights to the 1998 World Cup and beyond. Right? Jamaica never benefit from that. Peanuts we got from that. If you check in your do your investigations, you'll understand exactly why that was so. You know, but we'll always have pirates in the Caribbean. I've been here over the years, past 500 years, and they still remain.
But Mr. Tate is that boy, me I tell you, me sit down here and me don't speak to a man like you to be in JFF. But me I have to go come back and talk about this because the interview, you know, so nearly 3 hours with the here, so.
It's a long.
Yeah, man. So but me have to touch village. Me have to touch village.
Yeah.
Tell me about the village project.
Hey, Lenny.
Me at the village, me at the village, I want a long time club before you go there, but then they were on that, then just end up playing at Chilani. And thing until they come at A League. Me start finding SMTs.
Yeah, man, long time. Village was founded in 1968.
Yeah. A long time.
By two young men. I actually met them while I was there. We even honored them during my time because Village was a community-based club.
So there's a community in Falmouth near Village?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah, man, and even our logo was actually inclusive of that community because we actually had an outline on the logo with the houses. Yeah, the roof of the houses, how they actually joined together, and that was a part of the team's logo.
Yeah.
Right. So I actually modeled the club of a club in Brazil. Same club when named Sao Paulo Football Club. A community club, and you know how they organize it. Sao Paulo actually operated a 5-star hotel, you know.
Really?
Yep. And that
Okay.
was where the players lived, and Brazil is a tourist destination.
Yeah.
They
So
accommodated guests.
they own the hotel?
Of course.
Really? Yeah.
Mm. And that was the same model we wanted to do at Village.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the front of the place to the left, we wanted to put a hotel there. So we'd incorporate sports tourism in whatever we were doing.
Oh.
That was a part of the development plan, and the strategic plan was there to allow that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, Lenny, I put everything, all my resources, into seeing that club actually become the number one club in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I wasn't paid a salary, and even that, the only club I've ever gotten a salary from in terms of coaching was when I went to um Waterhouse.
Okay.
Everywhere else is volunteer service
Wow.
because of the passion that I actually have for football.
Wow. Wow.
Good. Now, when I went to Village, the first day I went to, and you know how I got to Village, Lenny? I was
Mm.
so frustrated with what was happening at Brazil and the lack of support from the community, the corporate community within St. Anne's Bay.
That's Brazil in
Yeah,
Senance, yeah, the
yeah,
art of
yeah,
Senance.
yeah. I took the club because I was out of the place for a little while. And when I came back, I heard that the club had lost, I think, all of the games except one that they drew in the Premier League the season before.
Mm.
And I was wondering, I couldn't, you know, wrap my mind around it to see how comes this club with so many talented players could have lost every game in the Premier League and drawing outside of one. Good.
Yeah.
But yet still the leading goal scorer for the Premier League at that year was a young man from Brazil named Peter Johnson.
Peter Johnson, Moblak.
Good. Him team lose all of the games and only one them draw. But yet still him score most of the goals as an individual.
Yeah.
So I took it on as a challenge to go to Brazil to assist them. Many persons tell me, coach, you're a madman. You can't go to Brazil. I said, no, relax. I am going here. I know what exists here. My roots are here. I prefer stay down in the hole and build this club. Now, that year, we were leading when they got eliminated from Premier League. They went to A League.
Mm-hmm.
This is a club that lose all them games at Premier League. In A League, I took them up as a coach. Mid-season finals, we were leading the tables ahead of clubs like Hazard at the time, which is now Portmore United,
Yeah.
Galaxy and all them clubs who were Premier League outfits. Duane Park, yeah? Brazil, the club that was losing so heavily in Premier League, led the tables in A League. We went to the mid-season finals, Lenny, and were robbed.
Mm-hmm.
Can't forget that game. We lost 1-0 to Hazard at Prison Oval. Right? Most of the resources there came from very, menial persons in and around St. Anne's Bay. Right? There's a gentleman from JPS, Mr. Tyson. May God rest his soul in peace. Can't forget him. Derek Hills. Right? These were persons I brought in the club as board members. And we were building a structure. Right? Because anywhere I go, Lenny, development must take place.
Yeah.
It must improve. Right? So we said, look, man, we're not giving up. We went through, we got to the semi-finals of A League to qualify qualify for Premier League. You know what the JFF did to us? We were scheduled to play our home game at Constant Spring in Kingston.
Home game?
Yes, the semi-finals was home and away.
Uh-huh.
So our home game was played at Constant Spring against Hazard United.
So why not Jackson?
Okay.
Constant Spring.
Right. Good. Now, when we so we had to travel to Constant Spring to play our home game, and we traveled to Prison Oval, which was Hazard's home field, to play them at Prison Oval, and we lost 1-0.
So I'm asking the question: why you went to Constant Spring to play a home game when it's home and away, and you have Draxler right out there, sir?
As the JFF and Mr. Reed, who was the general secretary at the time and also executive member of Hazard.
I get what you're saying. No. We don't have to pick up where that come from.
So this is where the culture was coming from.
No, but because you fly past Jackson, you fly at God of a Constant Spring.
All right. So these are the things that I have gone through in terms of football. So I left Village now. I left Brazil because we weren't getting the support, and I think we did everything. We put all the structures in place. We registered the club as a business entity. Good. So we never walk around and beg anybody any money. We say, look, we have banners, and so you can sponsor a banner so we can make money. We build a partnership. Yeah. Nobody would come on board. Right? So they weren't investing in the club. And I said, boy, I have a lot to offer to football. Why I'm going to stay here and continue with this? We have talented players and so on. The guys, I use my wife. I have to use resources between the both of us to pay those players sometimes at Brazil, because I tell myself there's no way I can have a player playing for me and I can make sure I'm comfortable at the end of the month. The financial resources used to come from my family, my aunt, everybody. Right? That's how we used to run the club. Left there now because of the frustration. I went to Village. The first day I went to Village, Lenny, and I tell people this all the time, I saw 4 players. 4 players turn up for training. First day I turn up as a coach, as a technical director and head coach of the team. I am driving from my home in Tower Isle.
St. Mary.
Good.
Figo Falmouth. 4 players.
And Lenny, for the 5 days, from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I drove down to Village and coached the 4 players them. Yeah. So when I was leaving the Friday, when we have training the Friday and I left and I was leaving, I said to them, I say, look, tell the guys them around the place who said them are Village players, say, which part me come from, they have a whole bag of football players who want to play football.
Yeah.
So me no short of having players turn up at Village to play for Village. That is not what I want. I want the people in a Village and a Trelawney, yeah, to play for them Trelawney team.
Yeah.
That is my philosophy. Where you come from, you stay there and build your thing. You see the next week, Lenny, over 70 odd man turn up. And those 70 odd players went right through the season until we reach almost on the brink of qualifying for top 4 for the semifinals. We couldn't cut the squad. And Village held the record for the most games unbeaten. 19 games in A League. And you know how we lost the first game?
Yeah.
We lost to Brazil, to Black Stars at Jacksal with one of my schoolboys that we used to coach.
Yeah, man, you told me about that degree. Printing.
Or a free kick ball and beat it. Right? But before that, I had to cut the team. I had to kind of streamline the team because we're having some issues, some internal issues where we weren't able to play everybody consistently. So even though a guy would play, he wouldn't have been consistent if he wasn't performing consistently. So it started, having a toll on the team. People still when them because 70 players, I mean, some going to be in the stands while others out there playing. And them start quarrel and cuss when them see man make mistake and say, yes, the coach I play them money and we in our team and we better than them or whatever. So I take out the man them we used to play, right? Make sure I rest them, yeah? And bring them little man and all coming at the team for say, yeah, show them. Say, all right, soon I get the chance to play, At 4 games the man them lose.
Oh, you're on an experiment. You're going to experiment.
Yeah. Well, I know it was going to happen in the learning. So I say, all right, sit there. We lose 4 games. I want to see one sit down and quarrel, I cost so much. Yeah, we have one ray with there. And I want to play. I want to lose. So here am I going to know. I'm not keeping around me. So I'm going to cut the squad.
Yeah.
All management people start cuss bad word, man, and vex with me. Because some of them favorite players got cut in the process. Very good players, but they were just not consistent and weren't up to the caliber that I was actually.
That was the year you came up to Premier League?
Yes, man. Well, if I didn't do that, the team would qualify for Premier League. I remember I tell you, said at the time in the learning, things just come to me. I just know that things are going to happen before them happen. And if I don't follow my mind, learning me end up no problems. So I cut the squad and walk out. Just cut the squad and walk out. Never have a conversation with them. T-Gat was my assistant at the time. And T-Gat feels I leave. I resign and go and leave the club. So I feel so, well, boy, seeing that me gone, I'm going to take over the team. So we came in and, those who left, sit down, met with them. But the good thing about it was that the board was always in support of me. They reposed that confidence in me. Right? So that was what made the difference. Good. So after then, the guys who I had put on rest came back. Because people, when we started losing, people say, yeah, man, see that them dead now. Them start lose, them mash up, them no good. But they didn't know that it was a strategy. So I have all my players fit and ready, healthy, no injuries, everybody rested and good. So the last 3 games before the preliminary round, I brought them back. Shane Crawford, all them Mark Williams, all of them guys. Brought them back, and then the village machine came back together. And we won everything right back through. We lost. I'd gone to a funeral for the first leg. My nephew had gotten killed during the time. And he was being buried the same day we had the first leg of the finals against Duane Park. At Duane Park. I wasn't able to go, and we lost the game 1-0. So Duane Park come with them tails up in the air. But they had forgotten that village never lost a game at village. Never, ever. Yeah, so when they came back down, we just fixed them up nicely. And you're a big player, Buddy. Roger Lane.
Yeah,
he was the man who scored the winning goal.
Prairie man. Yeah.
Prairie man, Most people wouldn't even remember that, But and that was where village, and trust me, people just were so jealous of the team.
Yeah, man, because village came in and as we had said before, village was the team on the North Coast. When St. Anne's and St. Mary and all that village, because I usually actually have to drive to village,
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
one day we drive come down a village and we'll come back up me and my virgin Wazzy Samuels, Francis up a prairie there. Me and Wazzy a drive come back up and police not stop we and ticket we, man.
people used to travel out from Portland and the Virgin.
Yeah, man.
From St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland. And
because
how this came about, though,
village.
Yeah, but you know how this came about again? when we sat down, one of our strategic plan was that look, Village was a new club coming into the Premier League. Good? Because to be honest, the Village actually got to the Premier League a year before my projections. Because I wanted to use a year to solidify them in A League and then qualify for Premier League. But when I realized how we started and how people are gravitating towards the program, we even played JDF, you know. And one of the guys who played against us came on our foot. He man leave the army right away, you know, man. Sign up for him discharge and come down a Village. Preston, Bernard. You ever hear about him?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Good.
I hear the Pretam. I know.
Left left JDF and came and represented Village.
Yeah.
Good. So people were gravitating towards the team. And when I realized, I said, no, there's no way I couldn't make use of this opportunity. So we pushed the team. Yeah, so we pushed them when we went to Premier League. Now, I realized that this was a new team. Many persons across Jamaica didn't know us. So in order to actually become a household name in the football now, we went on an island tour.
Right.
So we'd have gone on a particular Sunday to a parish association. So we'd come to St. Ann, have them select a parish team. We played against them. People hear that we're in St. Ann and them just turn up and watch it.
Yeah.
So when we went to Premier League, anywhere we went to, yeah, people had this village on the mind, on the lips. So we actually got into the Premier League with a whole host of supporters. And that was strategic.
And you know have the entire Trelawney behind you know.
And plus the entire Trelawney.
Yeah.
You understand? So when we got there, we were ready and up and going. The second year we played Premier League, you know where we went for preseason training? Charleston Battery in South Carolina.
Really? I thought Village did that move.
Lenny, let me tell you something, man. And every time I sit down and talk about it, you know, man, you know, a lot of things just come back. You know what got me frustrated? And just say, look, let me just pack it in. We had gotten a contract with International Sporting Connections. This guy, Winston Clark from England, right? Where we were signed as a visiting team, a Caribbean team, to play in the Festival. It was a Caribbean festival I'm not I don't remember if it was London or it was in Manchester. It was Manchester, right? So Village for the next 3 years would have been the club from the Caribbean who would represent the Caribbean at that festival. Good? No, we had gotten support from, just name the hotel conglomerates, the Sandals, the couples, the breezes, just name them. Everybody came on board with sponsorship because look, we carry a banner for them when we go to England. So this is how we go and advertise for them. Yeah? By them coming in and being a part of Village. We did all the paperworks. Right? We wrote to the JFF and asked for them to give us their blessings to sanction the tour. And they sent back and asked for everything you can think of, personal business, everything, including how much money we earn from a tour and all of that. And Lenny, we sat and we waited, do all the preparations for this tour to go on. And at the last moment, the JFF wrote back to us and told us that they will not sanction the tour because the Reggae Boys would be touring England during the same period. You hear I say a while ago, Lenny?
Yeah, man.
The reggae boys on that tour, I'll know that tour hasn't gone on.
I know reggae boy not to worry.
I'll know. And Village never tour.
Oh boy.
We never went on a tour. So right there and then, you know, this is how, and this is what I'm telling you, Lenny, this is how the JFF mash up clubs. You don't encourage clubs to develop because you have biases, right? And people being a part of the JFF have clubs within the same league that you are trying to be a part of.
Yeah.
Good. We never stop nobody from doing them thing for build their clubs and forget contracts and all of that. We did our jobs because and we put things in black and white. We put the plans in place and we try to work a plan. And if it don't work, we could have go through and analyze it and break it down and say, all right, this is what we did. You know, it never worked, so maybe we could do this. Right? Because our objective, Lenny, was to have Village as the number one team in the Caribbean. And we had a part. So after 5 years at Premier League, we're supposed to win the Premier League at least 2 times, represent Jamaica in the Caribbean Club Championships, and from there to World Club Championships. That is the line that we were taking at the time. We sell this to the players. When you see a Village team turn up anywhere during that time, Lenny, we were like professionals. Everybody dressed the same. When we had dinners in the hotels, guys wore their their tuxedos with them lounge suits. That is how we used to roll. Right? Every player was given a suit with them tux and shoes and all of that. When we traveled on airplanes, we traveled as a team. Everybody dressed the same way. If we're using sweatsuit, everybody in the same. If we're using pants and shirt, everybody look alike. Yeah, we had it that every time we have preseason training. Our team, we're one of the first teams in Jamaica, first clubs, had our players playing football for 11 months out of the year. Our players, the most they would have gotten in terms of break is 6 weeks. And after the 6 week vacation, they were back in training. That's the type of club we had at Village, Lenny. Yeah? And when I left Village, and it's like, I realized that it would have happened. The man who took over from me was Clovis de Oliveira.
Oh, a Brazilian, yeah.
Brazilian.
Yeah.
And from I left Lenny, the club just nosedive. We're going down and down, barely struggling, trying to see a relegation. Right? But I mean, you reach a stage where, you say, and sometimes when I look at it, I wondered if it was a deliberate thing because of me. Because at the time I used to hear saying that, boy, people kind of have me off because I left the JFF at a particular time and they felt more or less that I was going now to galvanize support to come back, come run as president and all kind of nonsense. And that was never ever my intentions. Right? Because I just shift my focus from administration to coaching and to develop clubs. That's what all I was into. Nothing more. Right? I went to Mobile United and it was the same thing. I had to work behind the scenes at Mobile United. Many persons don't know this. Right? When Mobile won the first title, I was very integral in the program.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. I couldn't make nobody know because, if they didn't know, they would have tried to ruin what was happening.
If he said that come from Mobile?
Yes, man. And when they found out that I was integrally involved with the team, problems and put Mr. Poyle under serious pressure, and him always a fight with them because him can't fight.
Yeah.
Make sense of fight over things where, people are motivated to do anything in order to retain, status or whatever. It don't make sense.
So Tate, I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask you a question. You ever hear about Milo from Senton?
One of the best football players that Jamaica has ever seen. Well,
All
strikers.
right, thank you, Mr. Tate. Me
Yeah.
ask you a question. You hear about Eldamop, right? Andrew
Yes, man.
Eldamop.
Uh,
All right. Echo Barnaby.
mm-hmm.
You know all the players. Echo play for you at Black Star?
No, Echo never played. Bud Belly played for me at Black Stars.
Blood
Echo
Belly
was
play
one
for
of my
you.
coaches, one of my assistant coaches at Marcus. But I knew Echo from the army, right? Plus,
Yeah, Echo was in
I
the army.
played against them while I was at Ligane, Major League.
You know Johnny Muffin?
Yes, man.
You know why I'm asking you these things? Because I know Peter Johnson and all of that, right?
Yeah, man.
Peter Johnson, Mobla.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Don't be biased here now. I know your coach Marcus and you know all of them ballers.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the best Senton baller you have ever seen?
All right, let me put it in perspective. All right.
Yeah.
Now, as a striker,
Uh,
having seen Milo back in the days,
yeah.
right? Because remember I told you I was a youngster at Santos in the nursery.
Right.
And I saw Milo one day just turn over the entire Santos team.
Mm.
And Brazil beat Santos 1-0.
Mm-hmm.
Milo scored. I think he got injured in that game. I think it was a kidney problem he had.
Mm-hmm.
Man tackle him and mash up his kidney. And I think that affected his career after then.
Right. Yeah.
So as a striker, it would have been between Mo Black and Milo. But I'd have given Milo the edge.
Mm-hmm.
Milo was a top class, fearless goal scorer.
I have to listen to you because I've never seen Milo.
Yeah, man.
I'll be honest with you. I saw Mobla.
Exceptional player. I coached Mo Black, and I know Mo Black would have ranked very close to Milo.
I heard they were similar.
Yeah, man. People talk about T-Gat Davis and all them young guys that come up about them are football or goal scorers. None of them can walk in a Mo Black or Milo shoes.
Mm.
And I've seen all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You have people like Chris Dawes, who people don't even remember. No, not Dawes. Chris boy from Hornet Gardens, man. Chris Dias.
With Dias, yeah.
Right? Those are good quality players. You have Ali McNabb.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about strikers, the man they are goal scorers. Right?
Are you rank Milo up there?
Yes, man. Milo, and people would have said, boy, maybe I come from the old school. But as a youngster, Milo, and I never know Milo from Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, when I come to center now, I got to even be around Milo. And that's why I even encourage him to be a part of my coaching staff while I was at Brazil. Right? Echo was a top class midfield player.
Our defender.
Yeah? Very
Our
strong.
defender.
Huh?
Our defender.
Defensive midfield, man. Which defender? Defensive midfield.
Defensive midfield, yeah.
Yeah. Right? Now, when you look at a man like Elamap.
Yeah, I want to talk about Ella, come here say Ella.
I met Ella.
Something.
Ella came to a club named Swallowfield in Kingston.
Yeah.
That's where I used to live. I spent a couple of years living in Swallowfield. And I used to go over to Stadium West, where the team used to train. At the time, you have this guy, Mark Mendel, who was coach of the team at the time. And trust me, man, it was a pleasure for me to watch Elder Map in training. And this was when him just leave Veer. I was
Beer,
at
yeah.
Veer at the time. I was a schoolboy and came to Kingston. Right? And I'd safely say to you, Lenny, that Elder Map is one of the best players Jamaica has ever seen who never represented Jamaica.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
But when you talk about work ethic, that guy who used to train so hard, and you could see it in him game when him play on the field. I remember that Virgin go up Mobile, Lenny, and play that game against Seba,
It's a famous game, man. I heard about that game.
Yes, man. End to end.
Yeah.
And Ella cut Alton Sterling, Noah Sterling a box in the game, Virgin.
Yeah, man.
And the people
Me
them
go
say,
run
look.
here for road, man.
No, the people them say, look, I just because you're Ella Map, why would I kill you?
Me hear about it, man. There's a famous talking the boy. I think
What?
go on the game and the man they say, yo,
Well, Lenny, I said, trust me, man. So and no, but you said the thing about it when you call them guys' name,
yeah.
Lenny, it brings me back to the point where I've been telling people, say, look, man, all of the years of talented players, they are Kingston and wherever. The player I never seen any better talent than what exists in a center. And I
Yeah,
have
man.
been to every parish.
A lot of
Lenny,
talent. A lot of talent is in Penton.
you have a place named Windsor Heights.
Windsor Heights in Tenants Bay. Hey, a lot of people don't understand now. But we talk this, You see,
Yeah.
Windsor Heights is where Daniel Green come from, who's playing for Mount Pleasant now. What the other one is usually play for Jamaica? Me always go Dintil them, man. Me always mix up in
It was about Cavaliers.
yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, man, all of them
Them,
come
cool
from
them.
mm,
A man do
yeah,
hey.
man.
You see when
Windsor Heights is a melting pot.
it's
Hear
a
me, Lenny?
melting pot.
Windsor Heights is a melting pot for talent.
Just when them play D1 at Senton, the wicked. But you want now? There's a thing called indiscipline. Paris, Karim Paris.
Karim Paris, yeah, man.
But there's that. Hey, look here. If they were to put all the players together, they would be representing Senton, Jamaica. They'll be in the National Premier League now,
Yeah, man.
But there's that thing up there called indiscipline.
Yeah, but Lenny,
Yo.
Lenny, you see when I left Senton football in 2007.
Yeah.
I went to Homewood. I think it was, it's not that I regretted it, but sometimes you just have to move. No, you don't know that those guys were a part of a football nursery I had at Jacksall.
No, I didn't. Remember, say me never run Senton foot like that,
Virgin, you a big man that time because I left fast and work whole heap of money as a teacher.
What that time there?
2007.
Oh yeah, man. Me left faster than time there. Yeah, man. 2007.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
so Daniel Green on the same test.
Yeah.
Right? I used to have a football program every Saturday. I used to have like 100 young men,
Little youth
turn
out
up
there.
at Jacksall. Yeah, man.
Oh.
So my wife actually used to run the program and provide refreshment for them. And, I go through the motions, try to develop a little thing, coaching them, basic things of football. And, well, Lenny, when I had to walk away and left all that program, it kind of pained my heart to leave at the time when I left. But for my own mental state of mind, I just had to leave at the time. Right? And because this offer came up at home, I said, boy, let me accept it. Right? But the talent that existed in and around St. Ann, man, Limal, Priory,
Talented parish man.
Ghetto, you know, and that's why when I see teams struggle out of St. Ann, you
Mm.
know, and I say, boy, you know, it's a pity. No team supposed to play Premier League from St. Ann and struggle to find good quality players. But the talent, since I leave St. Ann, you know, Lenny, I don't know, but I don't say no team that would challenge for even DaCosta Cup um coming up. I haven't
No,
seen it,
it's schoolboy system drop down there bad. Bad, bad.
right? Yeah, but if you don't have youngsters being
It's bad,
developed
bad, it's
at
bad.
that level, you can't have good teams.
There's no Marcus Ochi big clash again. There's no, to be honest,
You
football,
see?
the schoolboy system. As a matter of fact, people not going to schoolboy game again.
That is
People
it.
in St. Can't stop. But schoolboy game.
That is it. So
What a match out of Jackstall and it stands empty.
yeah, you know, and that's why, you know, I even toyed with the idea that, you know, I'd go back and maybe start back a program at
Let me ask you
Marcus.
an next
But
question now, because a question, if you could be,
mhm.
and I'm not finished with the be like the thing, because I'm talk about it, Be serious, no, that's my platform. Some people have problem with me, but
Eh,
when I call for an interview, I know who I'm calling now. I'm not gonna call anybody because I see that people are thin skin and then don't want you to say anything. But anyway,
mm.
um, if you could coach in the National Premier League, would you take up Limal? You're living in Center.
As a matter of fact, you know, I reached out to them. You know, I was
Mm.
at Limal before I got to Premier League.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, when I was actually assisting them. I never really had the time because I travel from St. Ann to Kingston on a daily basis.
Oh, okay.
So I never had the time to actually be there full time to coach and develop a program.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Mm-hmm.
assisted them. I used to go down, come down early, like on a Tuesday and a Thursday. Yeah, run
Mm-hmm.
training and have club meetings with the executive. Just to at least give them some ideas as to how they could develop the club, right? But I think the issue with Limal is inherent. They figure more or less that they need to have a community-based club with community people. And yeah, while that is good, you're going to need to have investors getting involved with the club to invest in the club. So
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have to set up structures and so to encourage persons to be a part of your board. So from there, you can get the necessary funding to pay your players and to um, produce resources so that the management of the club can manage. All right. Now, without financial support, you won't have resources. So there's nothing for a manager to manage if you don't have resources. And that is, I think, the main problem they're having. I'm trying to reach out to some persons to help them, right? But I'm not too sure if this late in the season if that would be forthcoming. But I'm still trying, right? Because as again, they actually qualified for Premier League by default, I think,
Mm.
because you know, and this is a problem we're having again, Lenny. If the JFF would take it on or encourage an independent body to say, hey, look, you're running a league. We need to have a team in place to audit what takes place in these clubs so we can bring these clubs up to professional levels. Good. You have to know, go around to the clubs, ensure that they are meeting as executives, they have board meetings, the players are in training, what the players are doing while they train, how resources are being managed, all of that. Good. And if a
Mhm.
club is not in line, then you can maybe reach out to them in order to give them suggestions, yeah, or lead the way for them. right? You don't just have a team coming up to a particular league and because they are disorganized, you're going to push them back down and say, go back to Bush League because you have a promotion and demotion thing, right? And that used to happen at the Premier League level. Now you check before Village got to the Premier League, how many teams went to the Premier League and went down the same year that they went down. You understand what I'm saying? But because I knew, what it took to stay in the league, I dealt with all of that from the A League. And that's why I tell us, boy, we got to the Premier League even faster than I was anticipating. Right? So when we got to the Premier League, all the structures were in place, so we were ready to compete. Limal doesn't have that. And that is why I spoke with the president, I think about Tuesday or Monday. And she's willing to, have me come in and, see what I can do. But I don't have the time. I just don't have the time now to facilitate that.
So go over there and set them straight, as I'll say.
Right. Well, this is what the parish association should be doing too. Danny should be actually getting involved in situations like this because he should at least have an idea of what managing a football club is all about. That's why I used to do when I was president, make sure I reach out to the clubs to see exactly what was happening and how they could actually benefit from the association resources. Because not many of them will have resources to spend or to manage.
Okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna ask you this. You're a St. Andrew Technical High School start, right?
Yeah.
Old boy.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you now as an old boy, right? In the final, the Walker Cup final, with Stats and JC, what is your view? How you feel? All right, tell me as a coach how you feel. That's the first thing. And tell me about as an old boy now. Because if a friend court in that final, me have a protest, So tell me how you feel as a start.
All right, I would feel if I was a coach, I'd have felt cheated.
Yeah.
It was a big blunder on the part of the referees.
Right.
A similar thing happened to me a couple of years ago while coaching Calabar.
Okay.
Right, we played in a semi-finals with St. George's College of Manning Cup, and an incident took place on the field. The referee on the field didn't notice what was happening. The linesman didn't see anything happen, but the fourth man, I don't know where him was or where him come from, called the referee and say, yes, this was what happened. And my player got a red card.
Yeah. The fourth official?
Yeah, the fourth official.
Yeah.
Right? Now, there's no rule in the FIFA law. Hey, Lenny, and it so happens, that you see the guy, the fourth official who made the blunder, who called the referee and tell him, say ball and move and rare.
Yeah.
Yeah? That guy gave me a red card since here in a Manning Cup, I know him give a red card for?
Yeah.
Because the condition, we're playing a game, and the conditions were very poor. Lightning, rain, and all of that. And he continued the game. The field was waterlogged. And he continued the game, even though, we said, look, the conditions are poor. Suppose lightning strike and kill any of them guys. Them said, no, the game have to finish. So I took my phone and was recording what was happening on the field. Good? And the man come over and say, boy, I am not supposed to be using my phone in the technical area. And say, give me a red card.
Okay.
So I look at him and say, but you're a referee. And you don't know the rules of the game. You don't know the FIFA rules. Oh, you come up with a rule like this. Which part in the laws of the game you will say any foolishness like this? We will give a coach a red card because he's using phone for film, whatever. You hear the man look at me and tell me, sir, it is somewhere there.
I can't tell you. What about 1.12? You find that you don't know it's somewhere.
You see what I mean? And that is what I'm saying, Lenny, you have coaches and you have coaches. Play with me when it comes down to the rules of the game.
But I want to ask you. Now. Is
Yeah.
there a rule that says if the ball is being moved, it should be kicked back over?
No rule. Well, what the rule says is that
Yeah.
what the rule says is that if the kicker is at a disadvantage, yeah,
Right.
then if the um, goal is not scored, he would have to retake the kick. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in this situation, the kicker is the man who spot the ball.
Mm-hmm.
It is his responsibility to ensure that the ball is spotted properly.
Right.
So if him spot the ball and the ball roll and him kick it, you can't blame the opposition. Are your problem that?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But the
Yeah.
thing about it, Len, is that the ball, even though it moved, upon the time when contact was made with the ball was stationary. And even if the ball was rolling while he kicked it, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was his responsibility to ensure that the ball was spotted properly. And what Issa should have done was to replay the game.
Replay the game.
Yeah. Deem the game null and void.
I replay it.
Because FIFA rules accommodates that.
All right. So you give me as a coach, as a old boy, you say you feel as a coach you feel treated and so on.
Yeah, man, I think it was a big blunder on the part of those officials because they didn't know the rules.
All right.
If they knew the rules, they didn't exercise the rule in the way in which it should have been.
What if it was JC it happened to? You want to comment on that or leave that alone?
No, man, I can't comment on that. I'm sure that those JC strong guys would have protested, and that Issa would have been forced to make a ruling which would be in support of JC. and let me tell you now, Lenny, I am actually a teacher presently at Jamaica College.
So you teacher JC?
Yes. I'm the head of department at the TVET.
Then when I'm here sitting down and say True Blue, and me I talk about me a friend of JC, you know. Dwayne Johnson, I'm a friend, you know. I'll come up the court.
Yeah, man.
But when me have the True Blue, are you me a talk to?
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, man. No, I think it was a blunder, a big blunder. I'm a statsman, and trust me, I think
I felt it for that, bro.
Yeah, man, we're cheated. But when you have poor officiating, man, and the organization allows it to happen. Yeah. And I see this all in the Premier League too.
Yeah.
Right? That's why you have to have audits. Anything you're doing. You think a bank can run without an auditing team?
Right.
Eh? You have to have audits, man, and people feel more or less only money alone in audit. And that's how it's going on. And that's how you audit systems. Procedures, all of those things are audited.
And Mr. Tate, some people are blessed you up enough. Devon Porter. In the chat, you have people like Damian Fullerton.
Devon is my batchmate, you know. Devon is a statsman too, you know.
Oh, Devon Porter, a statsman?
Yeah, man. Devon and myself played Sunlight Cup cricket together.
Oh, Devon, you know, you may ask man and I say, boy, the rub starts. Damian Fullerton got his things, Carl Stevens.
Carl, what to Carl?
Carl Stevens for a center, he might bless you up to
coaches. Where is he now?
Carl is overseas.
Okay, yell him up for my man.
Yeah, man. Me know want to call him other name on the live. Yeah, coaches next TV doing great on YouTube. He's there too. Damian Williams. Bless you up to I call Damian Fullerton. Marcus Green. Marcus Green was there with us at GC. I call the other name in the life. Yeah. The man that bless you up, man. Damian Hardware. Instead, my coach Marvin Tate, best coach ever. You know Damian Hardware?
Yeah, man.
Oh. Yeah, man, them people are bless you up. Bless up everybody on the live who's watching.
You know Damian and myself wasn't an accident while coaching at Marcus.
Oh.
Yeah, we're in a car accident.
Why other name? Manuel?
What them call Damian again? Yeah, man, he was one of the guys who lived in is Harrison Town? Or Pimento Walk, somewhere up there.
Because you call a name, you call Wayne, right?
Yeah.
And was there tell me say Wayne name Poddy Roots. Me know Poddy Roots.
Yeah, man, Poddy Roots.
But
we used to call Damian again. I remember when I called Damian now.
Me never remember my correct name. Damian
from Parrytown. So I can't remember the yellow.
Yeah. Damian from Parrytown. Yeah, man, Carl Stevens.
Parrytown, right, Parrytown.
Carl Stevens, you can't know if you're calling college name, him still at 36.
30.
man at 36 and 90, right? Yeah, man, a lot of person was here. Wadsworth Samuel.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for tuning in, brother. This is Vernon Simmet, Mark Bennett. This person, they might bless you up, man, and say respect. RROHOR, I don't know who is that, but you use that,
Yeah.
Everybody was the other say Marcus Green and those persons who is on the live. Actually, Marcus, if you ask him, Marcus, if me ask him this, he more getting that. Leave it alone. If you like,
no, man, ask it, man.
No. If you ask him if him like JC system of play.
No. No.
You don't like JC system of play?
Not at all.
No, you have to mind what you have to remember that this thing is taped.
Right, let me say something to you, Lenny. You see when it comes on to
Marcus, you have to man. Anyway,
it comes on to development, yeah? And this is what I'd love coaches to understand. Yeah? Anywhere you see a team play, you should be able to just look at, even if the team changed them color today. So I am JC, but I going to play in red gears today. You're supposed to can identify the brand of football they play based upon where they are coming from. Good? When you see a Manchester City play, yeah, you see a particular brand of football, not true? Where you can identify with Man City, don't it?
Right.
When you see a Brazilian team play, you can identify the Brazilian pattern and standard of football, even if they are playing a one different color. You got Germany are the same thing. Good? I am not seeing that at JC. That passing game that I think is supposed to actually been, teaching players at that age. Yeah? The making transitions from defense to attack. Yeah? When you lose the ball, how do you organize yourself? Yeah? These are critical things that you cannot observe in many other teams, not only JC, but many of them. Yeah? How the discipline of the players. Yeah? When you start seeing players doing certain nonsense on the field, you wonder to yourself that, boy, yeah, why a player would have done such? Why I should feel comfortable in doing this? It says a whole lot. Right? And for a schoolboy team, all right, look at a Clarendon College, for example.
Yeah.
You identify a brand of football at CC.
Yeah.
When you look at even a Glenmuir.
Yeah.
When you look at a St. George's College.
Right. I think those are good examples.
That's what I'm talking about. The coach
especially Clarendon College, you know how they play.
Absolutely. So you can identify the brand of football with the school. And Davian is my brethren. Davian is one of them young coaches that we have been communicating regularly. From he was at GC Foster.
Right.
Right. So, we keep it going. But sometimes when you stretch yourself again, the focus that you're supposed to have in dealing with your team is just not there. And I think maybe that is what is happening with Davian.
Okay.
All right. No, Lenny, let me tell you something, man. I not getting in trouble for nothing at all in the virgin.
No, Mr. Marcus come up with the question and
I have a spirit of
ignore the
love.
question and sir. And then me I say, yo, me I go ask that, but me never know say that JC. Right? And me I say ask him about the 50 back play. But you say you're not getting in trouble. But I talk about JC a lot, Sometimes it's good and sometimes me not too calling name still, but But me a friend that JC, man, and I say doing I'm a friend, and me come up there and do an interview to and walk the plant.
How long ago you came there?
I came there in summer.
Okay.
Yeah, man, came there in summer, walked the plant, went inside the PE room, and went inside the gym. The gym there right there, so you look on the field. Like the field nice.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, I've been there since October last year. So I'm actually, and most people would associate me with teaching PE, not true?
Me check that PE. When you say a while ago, me I say wait.
No, man. Remember I tell you I have an engineering background, right?
Yeah.
So happens that I'm teaching technical drawing and BMed.
Oh.
Yeah. So they asked me to
when I'm
lead
I'm all round. When I'm all round, brother.
When you're talented, you're just talented.
True, man. You're talented. But Mr. Tate, I want to say thank you. You actually created history, brother, for coming on the platform. This is the first time I'm doing this, I'm be honest with you. I was kind of scared this afternoon, because I was saying I've never done an interview over the net. I always go find the person, sit down with them, and we talk and we just reason. But I was kind of with the technology, I say one day this will work. As a matter of fact, I was saying
you have done well, man. Congrats.
No, me I say to myself, say one day Mr. Tate go pull out from me at the last minute in terms of
man, I would never do that, man. Hey, Lenny, I am a man of my words, man.
No, you have people do that. You have people who do that, Mr. Tate. I've called them and we say interview on Saturday and Friday evening, everything good. Interview Saturday. You say 12 o'clock, you call, you can't get no answer. Or when do they do answer, they figure out one funeral. I don't think got you with the interview.
Hey, Lenny, I've been online from 5:30. I've been on here from 5:30. I had a funeral. I had to drive to Kingston this morning for a funeral.
Yeah, you told me you're going
I had to come back home in bird speed.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I respect that. And I know people, listen, interviews people, I'm not going to ask me nothing personal. If you don't want me to ask, they just tell me, say, yo, we're not going there. So I respect that because you come on and without saying anything, me just straight interview and you answer all the questions. We are here for up to 4 hours, brother.
Truth must be heard.
And then what I'm hurt about
and some history.
Yeah, we get the history of the JFF because most people never know that you were around there when Simone is and they were in the planning.
Yeah, man.
No, the part that I don't like, and me have to go talk about this, is a man like Mr. Tate can't get him B license.
Well, let's say the next cohort of coaches, which is coming up in March. I should be on the program, so let's see how it
man,
goes.
you have to be in there, man. You have to be in there, brother.
Let's see how it
goes. You have to be in IB license, man. You have to show it anyway.
It don't face me at all, Lenny.
No, man, you have to get your B license, man.
No, I would love to see that person who tell me, say, boy, I can't coach.
No, man, you're in 19, man. But
But so it go. But we'll see how things work out. And to be honest,
And this I
our
said,
football right now, Lenny, to me, it is where it was in 1994. We're at a crossroads. And I think we have some young leaders who have it within them to step to the fore. I don't know, because of the politics and whatever exists right now, people are afraid of stepping up and saying things. Yeah. But all of us invest heavily in football, and we should be given a platform to
I
speak
knew you
our
through
mind
football.
without any fear or favor from anybody.
I knew you through football from day one right up till now. So I do understand. I'm a big man now too. And I know you from long time through football.
And I am still a young man.
Yeah. And I know you for a
Lenny,
long time. You
you know?
told us that when you were 21, you 21 years old, 22, you were involved in the JFF.
Yeah, man, I was an executive member. I became the youngest ever deputy president, of the JFF.
The youngest ever deputy president.
Yeah, at 20, what old I was? 25, 26 years old.
And you have gone through three JFF president.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me about Tony James, the other person named Aaron
Dale, Captain Burrell.
And Captain Burrell. No, man. This knowledge must come out, Mr. Tate. You can't sit back now, man. You and me brethren, brother, come out with the knowledge and get involved in the thing, brother.
I am willing to assist Lenny, but my mother always tell me, "Say, boy, where no bones are provided, no dogs are invited." So if I'm gonna invite me to a thing, Virgin, I won't be there.
The call is telling you to stop, go behind the scene and come up front. Football development need you.
I am comfortable, man. Hey, Lenny, my first daughter is 31 years old this year.
No, sir, you need this knowledge. Let me tell you something. Mr. Tate,
my grandson is 11 years old this year.
If a man have something in him, if you have the knowledge, you have to use it. If you have something in you use it.
Nah, man. Well, trust me. Well, maybe in the next couple of days, you may hear that I'm involved.
You need to, man.
Well, no, Lenny, yeah. I'm saying this, and
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying this to you for the first. Well, it's first time I'm actually repeating this, but I have been approached by a particular organization, football organization, to come on board and assist with their development per se. And maybe in the next couple of days you will hear which organization is it and the level of input that I would have been given to such an organization. So and as I told the person heading the organization, I don't have no problem working from behind the scenes. As long as things happen, I don't have to say, boy, I'm me or the person who do it. It don't make no difference. As long as it happens, you feel good.
All right. So let me tell you now.
How I have been over the years.
Let me tell you now. There's not a particular time for breaking news on my channel, Me get up at 10 o'clock at night and me hear something, me break the news,
Yeah.
If you have something to tell me, just tell me and me just break the news.
Yeah, man, I'll do that, man.
If you don't want to come out though, see Carla ask for Phoenix anyway.
Phoenix? No. But you see, even a situation, I'm glad to be even ref for Phoenix, Lenny.
I Carla ask you.
Hey, when you have a man like even Craig Butler.
Yeah.
And Craig has, regardless of the personality, yeah? This man has at least achieved a certain level of success where football is concerned, yeah? I am not sure if anybody from the federation invited him to an interview to say, well, boy, sit down and tell us, how did you arrive at your success? Yeah? What can we learn? What can we use from what you have done in getting 2 or 3 players or 4 players into the professional setup in Europe?
I believe so.
Even if we can replicate
Right.
within
Even
our
if you're not
clubs or
using
within
him,
our organization. I don't
even
know
if
if anybody has approached them, but
even
I
if
would
you're not,
love to see that this happens and it is documented. So at least we can see, you know, where it started, how it
yeah,
unfolded, and how it got to where it really is. I think
even
he's
if you're
doing a
not
good.
using him, talk to him. Find out his roadmap. Find out what he have done. That he
Absolutely.
should be documented too.
Hmm.
Yeah, it should. You know, one of the hardest thing in Jamaica's football history is to find information.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because
Listen to me. You
I
have to
can
go.
ask you, I can ask on the podium here, and I'm not sure how many persons can actually respond to some of these questions. Who was the first Jamaican goalkeeper that actually made history for Jamaica being a goalkeeper?
Mr. Tate, those information is one of the is not documented.
Okay.
And when I'm doing trying to do research to come up with
Mhm.
things, I cannot find anything. And that is our
Come on, you
our
have a
our
guy named Marvin Edwards. Marvin Edwards from Santos.
mm,
I needed to do a research on that gentleman.
why name?
Orville Edwards.
Arville Edwards.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, I like to do research and come up with names
Yeah,
and bring
man.
back, but the information is Devon Porter is saying Duke Fuller. You know the name Duke Fuller?
Duke.
Fuller?
Yeah, man. Duke is, hey, Duke was one of my mentors.
Yeah.
Duke was a goalkeeper coach, was a goalkeeper for KC, played for KC back in the 60s. As a matter of fact, he was a part of that famous 1965 KC Manning Cup, Oliver Shield team.
Mm.
And Duke, I learned a lot from Duke on my tour of Brazil. Because Duke and myself, actually, we were roommates, basically. So every hotel we went to, both of us actually shared rooms together.
Okay.
And I learned so much from that gentleman, man, from the whole politics of the football. So much, man. You know? It is much less. But so it goes. Good people normally leave us early, so
There you go.
you know.
Mr.
Yeah,
Tate,
man.
for the people on the live, thank you very much for staying with us. As I said, I was nervous because I didn't know it was going to work. It has worked for over 4 hours, right? We get knowledge, we get almost everything. I understand the JFF more. I understand CONCACAF. I actually, in my mind, it's like I went to Brazil, right? I understand about Sao Paulo. I didn't know they have a hotel for themselves. And
Yeah, man.
Mr. Tate has carried us from its early days. I thought he Ligani, Vineyard Town, Comma Marcus Garvey, technical. I spoke about the match with Cornwall College on this broadcast. So many things we have gone through. We are over here for 4 hours. And you and the live, some of you have been here from we started. When we started, I thought zero. And then I started climb and climb. This is the first time. Who is it that said I did interview before? Yes, I've done a lot of interviews by sitting with persons and talking with them. This is the first time I'm doing a live online. And I like it. It's not the last time. you,
Okay,
you're
then,
gonna,
my brother. It was a
you,
pleasure
you,
being here, man.
yeah, man. And you're gonna see Mr. Tate again. Sometimes him all just come in and me and just start some football. You know, Mr. Tate,
Okay.
I tell you that. Sometimes I
Anytime,
go
man.
out,
Anytime.
and when you have
Anytime.
the time, we just come in and we just talk some football. Respect to Carl, respect to Devon Porter, respect to Marcus Green, respect my brother, respect to Damian, Hardware, RR, pick up yourself, Carl, as I said, Coach is Dex. Respect her, continue doing what you're doing. Devon Porter, you have all the person them up here. So respect to Island up in sport too. Wazi, I don't know if you're still here. Damian Fullerton, the man Dinks. Big up yourself. Mark Bennett. As I said, Devon Porter. Vernon Simit. Big up yourself, sir. All I man them a shout you out and tell us if you big up yourself and miss that Tate. The
Yeah,
man is
man.
saying you're a good coach, man. The Isaac family was there before. I don't know if they're still on the live. All the person watching me and big up on yourself. Mr. Tate, as me say, you come back, what are your last words before you go to all the people that are still here?
Um, I just like to say, where football is concerned, we have the potential to be able to develop one of the best product that we can with a Jamaica flavor to it. But with the present situation as it is, and the infightings and the corruption and whatever, yeah, I am praying for the day when all of us who are involved in football will be able to sit together around a table, discuss our shortcomings, yeah, and put a comprehensive plan in place to develop this product, yeah. Jamaica, I think, even the government, I think they can actually benefit from such an industry. Make it an industry, sports tourism, whatever you want to name it. But we have a product which is just ripe for development.
Mr. Tate, it's an honor. All the person on the live, it's an honor. It was an honor being here. What they say was here. I was the policeman give the ticket coming from village.
Was it?
Yeah, man, me and him go up there was Sunday. Big up Wadsworth. And big up everybody who's watching, as I said. And
Yeah.
we come back again. We come back again. You will see Mr. Tate again. You're going to see other person because this was a trial and error and it has passed with flying colors. Right? Thank you, Mr. Tate.
You're most welcome, my brother. Take care now.
We talk,
All
man.
right.
Respect
Great.
everyone.
Good, good.